Good morning, everyone. I hope everyone can hear me. Well, thank you so much for your patience. It's a little unusual that we have to convene such important meetings without the presence of everyone here in Kosovo. It is my great pleasure to welcome you and my honor to officially convene the works of the 7th plenary session of the Southeast European Cooperation Process of the Parliamentary Assembly in Pristina, Kosovo. It is with a deep regret that we couldn't host you in Kosovo for this year's session. We were very excited to welcome you all here in Kosovo, and we had made arrangements for a great reception for all of you friends. However, in account of this deadly pandemic we are all facing, it is only for the best that we meet virtually rather than put each other in harm's way. Let me just start by saying how much I value this wonderful organization that we have created. Here we are, the heads of delegations from 13 countries of our region, working together to address our shared challenges and to promote good neighborly relations. As per our charter, we are here gathered to enhance our political and security cooperation, to foster economic cooperation, and to cooperate on the fields of democratic consolidation, justice, and combating illegal activities. As you know, today we are going to hold an international conference with the following topic: catching up with the rest of Europe. We're going to talk about the accession process, about migration, and about the very important environmental issues. Tomorrow there's going to be a meeting of the CHAIRMANSHIP PA Standing Committee. And then on Wednesday, we will hold the 7th plenary session of the SEECP Parliamentary Assembly. We're going through a radical transition, as you all know. The world as we know it is changing before our eyes. This pandemic has found us unwholly prepared to respond to it. This pandemic actually, the just-in-time approach, propagated by supply chain specialists and taught in business schools for decades, has proven ill-equipped for a crisis of this magnitude. Embraced by public institutions and private companies alike, this approach has brought enormous gain in the form of elimination of waste. But we have just witnessed that this approach is very risky for black swan events such as COVID-19. We as a region should start to rethink this approach and invest in manufacturing capacity that is critical to our health and survival rather than depend for it on others. This very specific conference today will tackle 3 different issues, and all of them have an outstanding impact on the daily lives of our citizens in the entire region. EU integration is among the main goals of foreign policy on most, if not all, the countries of the region. This new approach for EU accession has raised some eyebrows, as you all know, aiming that the process has been more complicated than initially expected. However, this hasn't really been the initial tendency of the Commission and of the member states. I expect a great discussion today on this issue, as we're glad to have some excellent speakers on the first panel who know both the EU's enlargement agenda as well as the specifics of our region. The European Green Deal is the EU's roadmap for making its economy sustainable. This will happen by turning climate and environmental challenges into opportunities across all policy areas and making the transition just and inclusive for all. Climate change and environmental degradation are an existential threat to all of us, including our region. To overcome these challenges, Europe has planned a growth strategy that transforms the Union into a modern, resource-efficient, and competitive economy. As the European Green Deal provides a roadmap with actions to boost the efficient use of resources by moving to a clean circular economy and restore biodiversity and cut pollution, this is a great opportunity for all of us to discuss the modalities on how to maximize the benefit for our region too. Finally, our region has been usually characterized with demographic changes, and most of our countries still have a large diaspora, mainly in the Western countries, Western European countries, as well as in North America. Every year, our youngsters enroll and finish their studies among top universities all over the world. And what remains challenging is how to provide necessary conditions for them to come back to their countries and benefit from their dedication and professionalism. I am very happy that we will hear panelists discussing this highly important issues, and I am looking forward to receiving some great tips and great ideas regarding this issue. In the end, please allow me to reaffirm the Republic of Kosovo's commitment to strengthen regional cooperation by making itself a reliable partner in the region that guarantees stability, peace, and good neighborly relations. Kosovo has proven this throughout its history, that is always ready to extend a hand of cooperation to all of those who believe in the same values. I will confirm this dedication on Wednesday's plenary session with the heads of parliaments from the CHAIRMANSHIP members and other partners. I wish you all an excellent day, excellent discussions, and I truly look forward for all of your inputs. Thank you very much. I would now like to invite Her Excellency Ms. Natalia Apostolova, who's the head of the EU office in Kosovo, as well as EU special representative, to take the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and let me start by saying that I'm extremely happy and honored to be addressing this very high and distinguished forum. First, I want to notice the positive role of the Southeast European cooperation process in promoting the regional cooperation since its launching in Sofia back in 1996, and I say this proudly because I'm Bulgarian by my citizenship. I think what makes the CECP unique is regional local ownership. I'm happy, therefore, to see Kosovo organize events like this, but also to see Kosovo chair the CECP for the first time. So congratulations on that. The EU shares and supports the CECP motto to strengthen regional cooperation as a vector for stability and socio-economic development for the region. The EU itself, as you all know, is a regional peace project, hence the importance we attach to regional cooperation. We are particularly keen to see progress in some of these key areas, which are at the heart of moving the regional agenda forward. The EU, as EU, we are strongly supporting them in terms of political push, policy orientation, and of course, funding. As the EU representative in Kosovo, my intervention will focus primarily on the EU engagement in the Western Balkans, with a special focus on Kosovo, of course. Let me start by our EU support to the Western Balkans in combating COVID-19, because I think that this is the most burning issue still for all of us. The EU involvement in the Western Balkans is inevitable. The states that comprise the Western Balkans are geographically and historically European. Successive EU administrations stressed this point, which was also reaffirmed by President von der Leyen, who emphasized that the Western Balkans are an absolute priority for the European Union. And indeed, the EU moved decisively to assist our partners in the region in combating COVID-19 and its very important socio-economic effect. We have mobilized an unparalleled financial package of 3.3 billion euros. We have shown our solidarity with our initiatives, too, that are normally only reserved for member states. One such initiative is the joint procurement initiative to buy medical supplies like masks and ventilators. Another one is the introduction of the green lanes crossing the borders, which ensured an expedited flow of goods during the crisis. But also the path to recovery from the effects of the pandemic for the region will employ an investment plan that will focus on transport and energy infrastructures and will be connected to our main policies, the European Green Deal, as Madam Speaker mentioned, and digital transition. Extremely important, of course, is the regional cooperation as a response to the challenges and EU approximation. Regional cooperation and good neighborly relations will be decisive in the economic recovery of the region. The EU has placed emphasis on signing the Stabilization and Association Agreement with all partners in the Western Balkans. The SAA puts focus not only on developing capacities of individual countries, but also on the development of interdependent regional networks. However, to advance towards the EU, the region is going to have to address the legacies of the past. You cannot and will not import bilateral disputes. This must be solved as a matter of urgency. A comprehensive, legally binding normalization agreement was and remains urgent and critical so that Serbia and Kosovo can advance on the European path. The EU has reaffirmed its commitment to process with the most emphatic way. The recently appointed USR for the dialogue, Mr. Lajčák, has just visited Kosovo and will continue to work tirelessly for the normalization of relations between Kosovo and Serbia. Moreover, the Western Balkan partners need to continue implementing the digital agenda for the Western Balkans, which has already brought the first concrete benefits for citizens of the region with the entry into force of the regional roaming agreement, as you remember, some time ago. The Green Deal is another strand of regional cooperation. EU and the Western Balkans need to move towards a decarbonized economy. This is a great challenge, but also an opportunity to create new jobs, economic opportunities, and healthier environment, which is the most important. In addition, there is a set of obligations the Western Balkan states will have to fulfill to make progress, including rule of law, security and migration, socioeconomic development, and connectivity. It has been said many times before. I want once again to repeat it. All Western Balkan partners have the chance to move forward in their respective European path. The opening of accession negotiations with North Macedonia and Albania demonstrate loud and clear that reforms and actions produce results. But there can be no shortcuts. Progress requires a tough transformation process, a transformation that can only take place through local ownership, a realization that the journey is as important, if not more important, than the destination itself. The Western Balkans should work hard to face the structural challenges facing them, not only because the final reward, in this case potential EU accession, but because doing so in the best way to ensure better conditions for their citizens. Now, let me say several words about Kosovo and the EU. This is currently my 4th year in Kosovo, and maybe some of you already know that my term is coming to an end this summer. I can tell you that my interlocutors have at times been hard to convince on the way ahead, what actually they perceive as lack of a clear European perspective. A perception that is further compounded by the fact that Kosovars, very much unfortunately, are the only ones in the Western Balkans who still require a visa to access the Schengen area. Finally, we must not forget that out of the 27 member states still do not recognize Kosovo, a fact that, according to my interlocutors, puts in doubt Kosovo's aspiration for the EU approximation. Irrespectively, the reality is that the EU remains committed to Kosovo European perspective. The proof of that is the signing of the SAA, which represents a milestone in Kosovo-EU relations. It is a long-term investment. Politically, the agreement aims to support Kosovo efforts to strengthen democracy, rule of law, and to contribute to Kosovo political and institutional stability. But again, a lot depends on how the agreement will be implemented. It is important that Kosovo continues working on reforms, including the implementation of the SAA and building on the European reform agenda to deliver tangible results for its people. To make it clear, the most pressing issues for Kosovo is addressing reforms in rule of law, fundamental rights and good governance, and working together for reconciliation and good neighborly relations. This means a more determined fight against organized crime and corruption, a stronger and more independent judiciary, a more effective and efficient public administration. It means building an education system which prepares Kosovo youth for a stronger and a more competitive economy. Ideally, we would like all political forces in Kosovo to rally behind these goals. And I say all political forces, irrespective of where they are in government or in opposition. On our part, we will continue working with the new government in Kosovo and to assist its European reform agenda, focusing, of course, on strengthening the rule of law, public administration, and economy. And again, I must mention the dialogue. A legally binding agreement on full normalization of relations between Kosovo and Serbia will bring concrete advantages for the people on both sides. I would like to close by making reference to what has impressed me most in Kosovo, and it is its people and especially its youth. Staunch pre-Europeans, engaged, critical thinking, invested in the betterment of their society. I believe these young people are Kosovo's best assets. They need to be given appropriate support and the opportunity to lead Kosovo. And yes, visa liberalization is important. My interlocutors, my staff, every Kosovar I talk to raise this issue, and I completely understand the frustration. And yes, we do want Kosovo people to be able to travel visa-free as soon as possible. The European Commission and the European Parliament have already said their yes, that the criteria have been met, and they have recommended the visa-free regime for Kosovo. The decision now is in the hands of member states. Having said that, I want to advise that the spotlight on fulfilling the criteria for visa liberalization has never been removed from Kosovo. It is imperative that efforts continue showing the good work that has been done and which is now still maintained. Evidence to the contrary, either because of idleness or any other reason, risks backtracking on all the good progress which has already been achieved. I've said it publicly before and I will say it now again. The EU and Kosovo paths are always and will be always merged. The EU is and it will be here to assist Kosovo efforts, yet the drive for Kosovo success must come from within. Thank you very much, and I'm looking forward for a very interesting debate and discussion today.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. It was a pleasure to hear from you, and I hope that the member states will listen to our clear call to treat Kosovo and its citizens the same way that they have treated every other country in the region when it comes to visa liberalization, and grant it as soon as possible, since we have fulfilled the criteria, although of course always taking into account that it's an ongoing effort to make sure that they remain fulfilled. I would now turn to Ms. Vittore Pazzoli-Dalipi, who is the chair of the SEECP Parliamentary Assembly Standing Committee. The floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, everyone. So with this new technology, with the Zoom, we have sometimes to turn on our microphone. So I forgot my microphone. So now I will start again. Good morning, everyone. As the chair of the Standing Committee of the Southeast European Cooperation Process, it is my pleasure to host this event today, the International Conference Catching Up with the Rest of Europe. And today we will have our Standing Committee of the Southeast European Cooperation Process. It is an important day today for Kosovo, since it is the first time we chair the presidency of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Southeast European Cooperation Process. I'm happy that we could organize this virtual meeting, but I have to accept that I would have been many times happier if we could meet here in person in Pristina. COVID-19 has challenged us in so many ways and has affected most of our activities, including our planned activities of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Southeast European Cooperation Process, as most of the countries in the region and beyond are slowly exiting this crisis and are in the process of understanding its impact on their economies. More than ever, we need to deepen our regional cooperation in order to move together towards a more sustainable future. COVID-19 outbreak has indeed laid bare the fragility of our healthcare systems and our global economic system. Crises and disasters throughout human existence have continually set the stage for change, for better or worse. It is up to us to use this crisis to reimagine our world and to build just and sustainable societies, or allow existing injustice get worse. Just as in 1918, the global flu epidemic led to the creation of the National Health Services in many countries in Europe, and just as the Great Depression and the Second World War led to the creation of the modern welfare state, COVID crisis has provided us with a task, which I think is not to fight the virus and return to what we considered normal, but with the task to fight coronavirus and build a new normal, because what seemed normal before COVID has not really been normal. We need to build the new normal where everyone has access to healthy food, clean water, and clean air, access to healthcare and quality education, where everyone has a decent job and a safe place to live. COVID-19 has reminded us that challenges we face today know no borders. People around the world have to connect and help each other. And we, members of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Southeastern European Cooperation Process, should work together to transform our region into a region where our shared resources do more for more people to improve their well-being. So I would like one more time to thank you for joining us today. And also, without losing time, I would like to start our first panel. I think we got all the speakers online now, and we can start within minutes. Okay, just to remind everybody that anyone who is interested to follow us can follow us online. So we're live on Facebook, we're live on YouTube channel, and we're with more than 50 people that have joined us in the Zoom platform. The first topic of our panel is a renewed approach to accession process. Will it change the dynamics? In 2003, at the Thessaloniki summit, the EU for the first time granted Western Balkans the European perspective. 17 years later, the picture looks bleak. In 2004, EU was able to accept 10 states with 10 different languages and 74 million people, but in 17 years, failed to transform and integrate within its family 6 countries with only 5 languages and only 17.9 million people. Faced with refugee crisis, the rise of Eurosceptics, far right, terrorism, Brexit, European Union diverted its attention towards internal problems and slowed down the accession process. The process of accession of the Western Balkan countries has been a never-ending story. Montenegro has been negotiating for 8 years, and until now, 32 chapters have been opened for negotiations, of which 3 chapters have already been provisionally closed. Serbia, since late 2015, has opened 18 chapters, of which 2 chapters have been provisionally closed. Albania and North Macedonia have recently been given green light to open accession talks, whereas Kosovo and Bosnia and Herzegovina, the 2 labeled laggards, are far away from opening accession negotiations. Turkey is another Southeast European country that has been in the middle of a never-ending accession process. Turkey applied for EU membership in 1987. It started accession talks 18 years later, and it has been negotiating it for 15 years since. This never-ending process has produced frontrunners and laggards, but has not produced democracies and just societies. And this is especially visible in states labeled as frontrunners, Serbia and Montenegro. Just as the latest Freedom House report stated, Serbia and Montenegro have ceased being democracies. Now they are characterized as all other countries in the region, governments in transition or hybrid regimes. The European integration process used to be a strong transformation mechanism. Unfortunately, this has not been the case with the Western Balkans and Turkey. EU transformative power in the Western Balkans have been considerably weaker than assumed earlier or than experienced in the Central and Eastern Europe during the 2004 and 2007 enlargement. Western Balkans have regressed in all fields that are fundamental in the EU integration process, such as fighting corruption, organized crime, democracy, freedom of media, freedom of speech, and human rights. The European Commission and the European Parliament speak now of state capture as they in their documents and also in their resolutions. This is not new though. The Western Balkans have been backsliding for a decade now. There are lots of scholars and political scientists who have stated this. COVID-19 has accelerated it further. For the regions of for the region's authoritarian-minded leaders, as literature knows them, the pandemic has offered a golden chance to silence critics and further consolidate their hold on power. We got the case in Serbia, where President Vučić used the pandemic situation, declared an open-ended state of emergency to grab more power. Kosovo's president tried to follow the same path, while Kosovo had only 19 COVID cases officially registered. He tried to declare the state of emergency. After he failed to do it, overthrew the most democratic and pro-reform government. There is now a risk that a final agreement, including a land swap, might be pushed through without democratic legitimacy, thus threatening stability in Kosovo and the region. EU has been talking for years about the rule of law and democracy in the Western Balkans. But according to recent literature and recent findings, has prioritized stability, unfortunately, while turning a blind eye in front of the numerous non-democratic developments. And as such, the EU has contributed in maintaining non-democratic, corrupt regimes and to the rise of autocratic tendencies. Serbia, despite being a destabilizing force in the region, through its efforts to block Kosovo's recognition and challenge its sovereignty, and despite its backsliding on the rule of law and democracy, it has continued to open and close chapters and still holds the status of a front runner. This has made the accession process unfair and unjust for states like Kosovo, Bosnia, Macedonia, Albania, and so on. EU's approach in the region has not only weakened EU's ability to push for change in the region, where it has a direct stake, it has also opened the door for external influences to Western Balkan countries for reorientation towards alternative international partners, such as Russia and China. The good news is that EU still remains the only best option for the citizens in the region. Citizens of the Western Balkans and Turkey still see EU as the lodestar of democracy. This is an opportunity that EU should not miss. EU should leave aside internal coordination and EU should leave aside internal consideration and political bargaining and prioritize long-term strategic objectives. The new methodology and the opening accession negotiations with Albania and North Macedonia are certainly a positive signal at the beginning of this new decade. But will the new methodology change the dynamics of the accession process? To talk about this, about the new methodology, about how this new methodology will change the accession process, we have invited. So I'll present my panel. Viola von Kramon, member of the European Parliament, rapporteur of the European Parliament Foreign Affairs Committee for Kosovo. Aidan Hehir, postgraduate director for the Department of Politics and International Relations from Westminster University, London. Vesna Pusic, a Croatian sociologist and politician, former First Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign and European Affairs in Croatia. Bodo Weber, from the Democratization Policy Council in Berlin. Bekim Balic, associated professor at the Department of Political Science, University of Pristina. And Çiğdem Nas, Secretary General of the Economic Development Foundation. I just need to get the confirmation that all the panels are online, all the panelist speakers are online and ready to kick. And okay, so I will give the floor first to Viola von Kramon. Thank you, Viola, for joining us today. You have 10 minutes to talk on the topic. Each of the panelists will have 10 minutes to talk on the topic, and then we have 30 minutes open for question and comments. Okay, floor to you, Viola.
Thanks a lot, Vittore. Thanks for inviting me. Thanks for having all of us here on the panel. It's a big honor. It's a historic momentum, as it always is, it seems to me, when we speak about Southeastern Europe. I know that many of you don't want to hear this Western Balkan states anymore, and I can understand why, but nevertheless, this is more or less the common term for the 6 states in that region. But I'm also very happy if we speak about southeast of Europe, because you're part of Europe and you're not exclusively, but you should be more included also in the rhetorics. Yes, as a standing rapporteur for Kosovo, I have to say, whatever approach we have in the accession process, the final goal has to be the full EU membership to the countries of the Western Balkan or in the southeast of Europe, for sure. And the first step towards this must be the international recognition of Kosovo. What we have seen now was at least the last 2.5 days an active start of the resumption of the dialogue. But so far, we have heard from the past of the last period that there were many technical agreements. Nobody is really sure what might be behind this, some of these technical agreements, some of the protocols, some of the, let's say, also oral agreements we are not really sure about, and we had the impression that neither in the region nor here in Brussels there's a transparent and an overall oversight on what was really agreed on and how far this dialogue went already. Before Mr. Lajčák took up his position as an appointed special representative for the dialogue, there was definitely a very weak following up on all the action which were taken from the last High Representative. Yeah. So I would say so far we had not really used our stick in the relation with the Western Balkan states. And for me personally, it is very regrettable that the progress reports of the European Commission are being postponed once again. You have probably heard after the publishing of the methodology, we expected the Commission to publish the progress reports already in March, then it was postponed to June, then July, and now it will be probably September. But this also means for us that we lack the annual progress reports almost for 2 years. So our schedule and our timeline is, of course, completely dependent on what the Commission gives us or leads in this process, and this is much later than we expected this. But this is also a signal, I think, towards the region, and especially when you see this constant democratic backsliding in countries such as Serbia, where it is especially obvious, and there's no reaction from our side. The election ahead of us will take place on Sunday. There will be hardly any fair and transparent or inclusive elections, and seemingly there will be no consequences. And all this, of course, has an echo in the region when a president like the Serbian president comes or is able to go around on this. So many of the Western Balkan countries are not implementing the EU legislation, which has been adopted by them. A clear example is, for me as a Green, of course, striking is the air pollution and the energy community treaty, which they have signed already in 2005. It then need to implement changes, reduce the air pollution, and of course follow the large combustion plant directives. So far they did not do much, and still didn't have any consequences for the countries themselves. And this for me would be a chance now, while we have reshuffled a lot of money during the pandemic, during the crisis. We have set up a big recovery plan, and all of the countries are included in this. We speak about 3.3 billion euros, and I really hope that the European Commission will have a strong conditionality on this, and we really have a strong oversight, strong scrutiny on the ground in Pristina, in Belgrade and all the other capitals, but also, of course, coming from external auditors in Brussels. And so I see this as a little bit, on one hand, of course, it is good that we show solidarity, and it is important to really give this signal into the region that the Western Balkan states are part of the European Union and they're included in all the funds we have been set up. But on the other hand, it is very, very dangerous just to give cheap money to some of the governments, while we know there is a form of state capturing, what is striking and what is well known. And so we have to make sure, on the other hand, that the most vulnerable people, the people in need, the ordinary citizen will receive this money, or on the other hand, that this money goes into sustainable projects, goes into sustainable transformation of your industry, of your sectors, such as energy supplies and others. And this is a little bit of a dilemma, of course. On one hand, you have to be gracious, and on the other hand, you have to be sure that the control mechanism is not abolished at the same time. Yes, and it is of a big, let's say, disgrace what we see in terms of visa liberalization. I myself, I was lobbying the last month very, very heavily, especially on this issue, and I felt ashamed to say that in some of the capitals, I don't want to name them now, there's a big reluctancy. And this is not because of technical criteria is not being fulfilled, but they say it's about more the general reputation, and they mix then Albania and organized crime in Kosovo. So there's a big non-informance about the real situation in Kosovo, and there's not a really technical, transparent reason why this refusal from the council still is or cannot be abolished, cannot be removed. But I do hope that the upcoming German presidency is a good timing, is a good chance to finally give green light to Kosovo for this visa liberalization, because all of us who deal with the region understand perfectly what it means to live in this isolation, being discriminated for a long time now. And really, I mean, how can we ask you for more reforms? How can we ask you for more ambitious transformation when we do not deliver and we do not promise we do not keep our promises? This is really, really sad to say, and I have repeated this many times, and I know that this frustration is shared by many of my colleagues here in the European Parliament, and also especially in Berlin and other capitals. But there is, I would say, mainly some parts of France driven by the right-wing audience, domestic audience. There maybe not enough courage so far to do this step, but I'm pretty optimistic that the German presidency could be a good opportunity to finally overcome this this situation. And of course, we know that June 27th, when this photo opportunity in the White House will take place, this is also very much crucial for everything which comes up afterwards. Now we have read that obviously this is not about the, let's say, big deal, so a final agreement of mutual recognition, but it is rather any kind of economical deal. But it looks really more like a dirty deal, and it looks like both of the countries, especially Kosovo, will be instrumentalized for the election campaign of Mr. Trump. And I would rather like to warn anybody to go there and to be part of this dirty election campaign in Washington. So We have heard many announcements by Mr. Grenell in the past. There were the Lufthansa deal, there was the railway deal, there were other deals. Everything was announced, but so far I haven't seen anything being delivered afterwards. So I would be very, very cautious what might be behind this announcement and what does he deal with this. We go ahead with a dialogue thing while you do not know what you destroy when you go there and being pushed on a side which is not really sustainable. So therefore we really understood and we really supported Mr. Lajčák already before or ahead of his trip to Pristina. And I've seen that in the end, even the president of Kosovo was ready to meet with him. I think that was a good signal to say, yes, we accept the leadership, the driver's seat of the European Union in this dialogue. We need this reconciliation, and the dialogue is this facilitation before the final recognition. And there is nothing else than the EU dialogue, which we as the government and the president of Kosovo have agreed on. So I think there was a good signal to Brussels, to the own population and to the region as a whole to say we accept the EU special representative, Mr. Lajčák. Even everyone knows he comes from a non-recognition country, and this is a bit difficult for all of you, which we also understand, and we were also not completely happy at the beginning, but I guess he has shown a commitment which is important, and I would rather recommend to judge him from the output, from the results, than just from, let's say, his historic background. So I guess that was important to see that all the last days went well, and there seems to be possible, let's say, successful resumption of the dialogue in place. Yes, and in general, let me conclude that I see the EU is still, when I look through the surveys, yeah, the population is still very, very skeptical when it comes to EU leadership and EU guidance in the region. So there was in a survey, who do you trust more in terms of leading the dialogue towards a successful result? And the US, I think, got 49%, and EU got 59 or 50 something, and the EU got 40 something. So there is still a bigger trust towards the US, no matter who rules or who governs in Washington, than towards the Brussels. And I think it is up to us in the European Union finally not to pay the region and also to play a role, because paradoxically it is the opposite. I mean, the US makes the decision and we pay afterwards. And I think it is now the time to really turn this around. So we have paid after the post-war times, and we probably will also pay if it comes to a land swap situation, which normally, which none of us hopes, and we really reject this. But if something like this was be facilitated by the US, by Grenell and by Trump, it will be again up to the European Union then to clean it up, this mess, and to pay for this. And I think it would be good if there would be a harsher communication also from Brussels that we do reject this, since we are the biggest donor, since we are paying most of the infrastructure, the project, rule of law, infrastructure institution, also educational institution. It is up to us also to decide what is on in Kosovo and in the other Western Balkan states. So I know from some of the decision makers that they would let their population believe that the US is also a bigger financial contributor, but this is definitely not sure, and we should make sure that our contribution is also more visible to the population, that is also that we are the not just people in the background who look for the dialogue, but we are really contributing with a lot of money, and we have a big interest in the successful outcome and really a good economic perspective in the region, especially also in Kosovo. So let me conclude. I think what you have mentioned, Vittore, the fight for corruption is one of the key issues in Kosovo, the fight against the state capturing, which is very obvious. Since I do not know when I have the chance to visit Kosovo the next time, this will be of a high priority of my visit. I will definitely put this in my report. And I've seen there were many attempts in the outgoing government to really tackle this issue. And I see this is something where you could gain confidence back from the population and also stimulate the economy in the right direction. And I will hope that the new government will pick up on this issue and follow this line as well. So good luck for this, and thanks a lot for having me here.
Thanks a lot, Viola. So now we proceed to our second speaker. I'm happy to give the floor to Aidan Hahir, professor at the University of Westminster in London. Thanks a lot. Aidan, the floor is yours.
Thank you all. Thanks for organising this, and thank you for inviting me. Particularly thank you to Vittore. Yeah, I think I largely agree with everything Vittore said, and she said it probably better than I can. But just to pick up on a couple of points that Viola mentioned there as well. After, you know, her point about broken promises in particular, after Milosevic's forces were routed in 1999, many promises were made by the international community. The actual policies pursued by the international community have contrasted sharply, I think, with these expressions of solidarity. I was in Kosovo soon after independence was declared, and there was an awful lot of hope. But since then, I've been back many times every year, and the mood has declined sharply. And it's no wonder, really, given mass immigration, huge unemployment, widespread corruption, dire infrastructure in healthcare, education, public transport. And of course, Kosovo still suffers from a contested international status. Despite the promises made about a bright future ahead, Kosovo actually quickly stagnated. And recently its progress has, if anything, gone into reverse. And in my view, Kosovo is more vulnerable now than it has been since 1999. I think the EU has been especially guilty of not acting on its promises. The recent Zagreb summit declaration, which was presented as a means to kickstart the accession process for all the Western Balkan countries, including Kosovo, was actually inherently vague. And again, as Vittore mentioned, you know, it reminded me in particular of the promises made at the Thessaloniki summit in 2003. Back then, the EU stated that full integration of the Western Balkans was, and I quote, a high priority. And the EU also promised the Balkans will be an integral part of a unified Europe. But despite these firm commitments and promises, only Croatia has joined since. By comparison, Poland applied for EU membership in 1994 and within 10 years was a full member. Now, Montenegro, the Western Balkans frontrunner, only began accession negotiations in 2012. To date, 32 of the 35 chapters of the EU legislation, the acquis, have been opened, but only 3 have been closed. Realistically, Montenegro might join by 2025. And this comes back to this point that Vittore made about the never-ending accession process. If Montenegro is only at this stage, where does that leave Kosovo? And I think the EU's approach towards the Western Balkans in general since 2003 has been characterized by empty rhetoric, but nowhere has this been more obvious than in Kosovo. This is most evident, and again, Viola mentioned it, with respects to visa liberalization. Despite repeated assurances that liberalization was imminent, it is yet to be granted. How can this be justified? Other countries with worse internal problems, like Georgia and Ukraine, have been granted visas. Belarus appears to be now poised to get visas. The only plausible explanation is that the EU does not value or respect Kosovo. It is perceived as an inconvenience. For 2 decades, essentially, Kosovo has been treated like a disease that has to be contained. And this indeed characterizes the broader international attitude towards Kosovo. Foreigners have invariably presented Kosovo as a problem that they can and will solve. But in fact, it is foreigners who have played a central role in creating many of Kosovo's current problems. There are, of course, corrupt people in Kosovo, and in 1999, Kosovo was in a state of near total ruin. But these domestic factors could have been mitigated had a different strategy been pursued by international actors with power and influence in Kosovo. Instead, the dark forces within Kosovo have been not just tolerated, but enabled by many in the international community, including the EU, and Kosovo's recovery has suffered as a result. Too many of those tasked with rebuilding Kosovo since 1999 have chosen to work with the corrupt elite so as to achieve stability. And it is this idea of stability that has always been the goal set for Kosovo, not progress. And it is stability narrowly understood as the absence of violence internally between Kosovo's communities and the prevention of cross-border conflict. Kosovo has not been treated as it should have been, as a wounded, independent actor in need of temporary support. Instead, Kosovo has been treated in the same way as those deemed mentally ill were treated 100 years ago. It has been prescribed sedatives to keep it docile. It has been kept isolated from the rest of society. And occasionally, it has been patted on the head and given some small reward for good behavior. The corrupt elite inside Kosovo have demonstrated their real interest in Kosovo through their willingness to bow down and nod their heads whenever the international community makes a demand. The international community has demanded that Kosovo adopt a particular flag and an anthem, that a certain person be made president, that the borders of Montenegro be withdrawn, that Serbia be granted extensive powers over Serbian municipalities inside Kosovo, and that Kosovo's parliament creates a special court to try Albanians for crimes committed in the course of the war with Serbia. The agreement by the new government to halt, the recent agreement by the new government to halt its efforts to join international organizations is just the latest in a long line of craven subservience. This is not the behavior of a sovereign state. But the corrupt elite have behaved this way because in return, the international community, including the EU, have agreed to turn a blind eye to their domestic behavior. Internally, the corrupt elite has robbed the country. Cronyism and nepotism are rife. Kosovo is today an archetypal case of state capture. And this has all happened despite the EU, the UN, and the US engaging in the most invasive state-building project ever launched. They had the means and the authority to stop this, but they chose not to, so as to achieve stability. The consequences have been disastrous for the ordinary people of Kosovo. In the last 2 general elections, Vetëvendosje has emerged as the single largest party. This is a grassroots movement committed to the values the EU claims to enshrine. That the Vetëvendosje-led government was recently ousted by the old forces within Kosovo that have degraded its international standing and plundered its resources is hardly a surprise. But that this happened with the active support of the US and without censure or even condemnation from the EU is a disgrace. And I think when we're thinking about the EU's engagement with Kosovo, we should ask 5 questions. Has the EU worked to ensure justice for the victims of Serbian violence in Kosovo? Has the EU done enough to deal with corruption in Kosovo? Has the EU challenged Serbia's derecognition campaign? Has the EU persuaded Greece, Slovakia, Romania, Cyprus, and Spain to recognize Kosovo? Has the EU done enough to support the genuinely democratic movements within Kosovo and condemn the corrupt elite? The EU may well pose as Kosovo's friend, but if it is, why is no the answer to each of these questions? Additionally, one of the biggest obstacles to EU enlargement in the Western Balkans is opposition to accession from within the EU itself. EU states are divided on the issue of enlargement, and the public within the EU are increasingly hostile to the idea. The most recent Eurobarometer survey found that 45% of EU citizens are against enlargement, as opposed to just 43% in favour. Kosovo, of course, suffers the additional barrier to entry, namely that 5 states within the EU do not recognise it. Now, given this EU's own enlargement fatigue, it is irresponsible for the EU to make membership promises without a clear means by which they can be delivered. What this means, I think, in practice is that people in Kosovo must think carefully about the value of EU membership. The idea that membership of the EU will cure all Kosovo's problems is simply a fantasy. It certainly has not solved every problem in Croatia. Additionally, look at Hungary and Slovakia. Democracy has gone into reverse in these countries, despite the fact that they're members of the EU. Politicians, civil society, and the general public must rethink their strategy of putting so much effort into joining the EU. EU membership is at best a long, long way off. And even if it comes, it will not necessarily guarantee peace, prosperity, and the consolidation of democracy. It's time to think, surely, about how to exist and prosper without the EU, about ways in which Kosovo can work independently and cultivate productive relations with its neighbours outside the EU. Now, obviously, joining the EU isn't a noble aim, but people must think beyond just this single goal. If the strategies adopted to date by Kosovo's successive governments and key international actors, including the EU, continue to be followed, Kosovo will become a dead zone. Its corrupt leaders will continue to pillage its resources, its young people will continue to leave, and its international status will continue to weaken. It will gradually become a lawless non-state, increasingly under the influence of Belgrade. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Aidan. You've raised up lots of questions, and well, maybe we will have time to engage you later again, and also Viola, to put, maybe we will receive different questions also from the audience. I will pass the floor to Vesna Pusic. Vesna will be able to provide us with maybe also expertise, because she has been a person that has also been engaged while Croatia was doing through the accession process, and Croatia did not have the fate of other Western Balkan countries to be in this very, very long and never-ending accession process. And it is important for us to learn a lot from Croatia and move towards EU integration. Thanks a lot, Vesna. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I basically agree with everything that has been said, and I will try to approach this issue from the point of view, what can we do about it, and how can we maybe get ourselves out of this hole where all of the Balkans, I'm not the big fan of Western Balkans, I think that we are all in the Balkans, have been sitting for a while. I've prepared some remarks when we originally thought we were going to have the conference in Pristina, and this seems now a lifetime ago, and a lot of things seem sort of somehow almost romantic in comparison with the situation that we find ourselves in now, where the world has changed. I would say that Europe has changed, or more precisely, Europe needs to change if it wants to effectively face the world and its new conditions. We had a debate of this kind the other day, where there was the head of the Observer Research Foundation of India, Samir Saran, who said something that really sort of stuck with me. He said, our problem is that nobody wants to be responsible for the world today. Nobody wants to take responsibility. And this is a little bit what we are faced with, and what we have been faced with for a while in the Western Balkans, or Southeastern Europe, or Balkans, whatever you want to call it. In other words, with the 6 countries of Europe that are not members of the European Union, where the process started almost as a done deal, and then gradually deteriorated in something that nobody really wants to talk about. And in the meantime, the other players have joined the playing field. China is as they say, sometimes accidental power, but certainly a very relevant power. Its presence and role is felt in the Western Balkans. Russia is more of a disruptive power than a constructive power, but it's certainly here and felt in the Western Balkans. US, I would say, and this is, I think, particularly important for Kosovo and for all of us who are interested in Kosovo and all of the Western Balkans making progress. The US, as we knew it and you knew it, doesn't exist at the moment. Maybe it doesn't exist at all anymore, or won't exist at all anymore, but at the moment, the US is not the Kosovo partner, the country that was somehow, after the genocide, protecting Kosovo and helping it on its way. In that sense, it doesn't exist anymore. In many ways, I think it could be said that it doesn't see the Balkans, it doesn't see Kosovo as its real sphere of interest, and it has gone back to this logic of different spheres of interest. The virtual Zagreb summit wasn't much, I have to say. It confirmed the start of negotiations for Macedonia and Albania without any dates. And basically didn't do much. You can say it's the result of the Corona crisis, but it's also a result of a certain unwillingness to say anything more concrete. But before Corona crisis, there was this methodology developed and announced. And maybe it wouldn't be a bad idea to go back a little bit to this methodology and look what exactly it said, and maybe start with some of the things that were foreseen or defined in this new methodology. The first point is regular high-level ministerial meetings and summits of EU members and Western Balkan states. This hasn't happened. And just having that happen would be potentially a step forward. It clustered chapters into different categories, but emphasized 3 categories as key: rule of law, economic criteria, and public administration. I will come back to that, and making progress in these areas is crucial for progress in the whole negotiations process. I want to underline here that from Croatia's experience, although I think it's very little can be taken from Croatia's experience because for the rest of the Balkan countries, because it was in such a different time and under such different circumstances. However, one thing I can say with absolute certainty is that the mother of all conditions, and even really regardless of the European Union, regardless of the Americans, regardless of anybody, only having in view your own interests and your own country, the rule of law is the mother of all issues. And the mother of all chapters, and the rule of law is actually why this is, the whole process is worthwhile and why it should be used. It doesn't guarantee this. Croatia still has these problems, but I have to say even a number of other EU member states have the problem with the rule of law. Some of them at the moment may be even a bigger problem than a number of Western Balkan countries. But this is absolutely the key to everything. And then there are these incentives for, the third item is the incentives for progress, and then the sanctions for backsliding and stagnation. As I said, this was before the Corona crisis, in which even when the methodology was defined, this was happening. But now it's clearly visible that a number of countries, both in Europe and globally, have gone through democratic backsliding. So it's not something that's specific or characteristic of the Western Balkans or of the Balkan states. It's a global trend. And within this global trend of democratic backsliding, we are now expecting these 6 countries to reverse the trend and to actually increase or meet higher democratic standards, which, if anything, makes it extremely difficult, if not, in some ways, almost impossible at the moment. This methodology grouped Western Balkans or Balkan countries that are not members into 3 groups: Montenegro and Serbia that have started negotiations, North Macedonia and Albania that are promised to start negotiations, and Bosnia-Herzegovina and Kosovo, who are still, those relations are still defined by stabilization and association agreement. As I said, I think that the key for the Western Balkan countries is to focus on the rule of law, however, based on some very specific values, something that we used to call European values, values of human rights, which are not necessarily recognized or followed in all of the European member states, but it doesn't matter. We can still call them European values, such as high standards in protection of human rights, high standards in minority rights, high standards in protection from corruption, which is very closely connected with the possibility of a free market, because free market with high levels of corruption is mafia-run economy. So we have to be very clear what that means. And due process, which means that it's not just the rule of law, it's also the legislation has to be processed or reached, decided upon in predefined due process or democratic process. And this, at this stage, is extremely important to emphasize, because the Corona crisis has somehow, even with the consent of the citizens, has been an opportunity for the governments to grab way more power and way more arbitrary decision-making than they would have under normal circumstances. And since people were scared, they wanted somebody to take care of the situation, and they accepted it. And now we have, let's say, the danger, if not already a new normal with us, but we have certainly a danger that this usurpation of power by the government is becoming normal. And especially when we here in the Balkans are looking at the cradles of democracy having the same or even bigger problems. So this is a very difficult time to use the EU accession process to improve freedom, non-corruption and democracy standards in the country. I think the key recognition we have to take into account is that the electorate in the Balkan countries is not as pro-EU as even the Croatian electorate was when we were entering. And this was a very important tool for us to exercise pressure on people who were trying to fight against it. And there are people always who try to fight against it, not because they're stupid, but because they actually realize their interest. It is their interest for the country not to join the European Union. In some ways, I would say they overestimate the membership because they think that it makes corruption impossible. It doesn't. But it makes it a little bit more difficult. This is definitely true. And they realize that. And they are against making their lives and their possibility to make themselves rich, making that more difficult. So when you have high support among the citizens for EU membership, you can use that as leverage. When you don't have that, and this is definitely dropping in the Balkan countries, then the, let's say, alternative concepts, alternative development models, alternative allies, and alternative supporters, or even alliances, become more, potentially more powerful and more influential. And the question is, what does Europe want with this area? This, I think, is the key question here, because in a way, the Balkans are European responsibility. The Balkans are Europe. This commission has said that they want to make the European Union a political factor, a world player. The first test of being able to be a world player is your capacity to consolidate your own territory. This is your own territory. This is Europe's territory. This is our territory. The question is, are we capable of consolidating it? Are we going to leave it to, new China, disruptive Russia, local or regional wannabe strongman Turkey, or is Europe going to do something about it? And if it wants to do something about it, I have to say Lajčák is not enough. You can say Lajčák is fine. It's great that there is a European representative in charge of the dialogue, but also Western Balkans. And I completely agree with what was said about the Washington meeting, which is in many ways a dangerous thing because it's almost certainly the election campaign stuff. But Lajčák is not enough. And based on that, I was thinking of what the Scandinavian countries did, again, almost in a different world, when the first Eastern European EU members or countries were joining the European Union. They took the 3 Baltic states, Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia, Denmark, Sweden, and Finland, and without bragging about it, without much ado, started working with them on a partnership basis, but leading them through the process. And I would say that was they're probably the most successful Eastern European new members of the European Union, these 3 Baltic states, that had this help and this approach of hands-on. Now, I don't know whether there is sufficient will and whether there is sufficient interest or focus within the European Union, to be more precise. I'm sure there isn't at the moment. The question is, can we create it? Can we create this type of recognizing that this is interest of this part of Europe, and through that also interest of Europe as a whole? And and I have some ideas who these countries could be. I won't go into this now, but I wrote it in my short summary of my presentation. We could find potentially, together with Lajčák or on top of Lajčák, 6 EU member states with relatively low levels of corruption, with no particular, let's say, prejudice or not known prejudice against any of the countries in the region or in favor of any of the countries in the region, and who are not the biggest member states, because that would of course create a certain level of inequality, but are medium-sized, that could maybe pair with individual Western or individual Balkan non-members and candidates, or countries, these 6 countries in different stages of candidacy, and work with them on a much more intense basis than we have seen so far. Without that, under the circumstances, with all the rival powers already here, already talking to people, already being used by local politicians for their own purposes and their own campaigns, with Europe focused on post-corona recovery and its own problems, I don't see how the Balkan 6 can advance towards European membership. It's going to be very bad for these countries, but on some level, it's also going to be very bad, if not worse, for us who are in Europe. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Vesna, for your inputs. Now I'll give the floor to our next panelist speaker, Bodo Weber from the Democratization Council in Berlin. The floor is yours, Bodo. Bodo, can you turn on the microphone?
Okay, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, now it's
okay,
fine.
Sorry. Thank you, Vitor, and the whole organizers for inviting me and having me a true honor at this esteemed panel. I will also try to draw to the panel title and the question that is contained in the panel title, with an introductory remark and then giving a few thoughts on 4 points. So my introductory remark is that enlargement has been in crisis, and it has been in crisis long before the watershed year of 2016, because of the evolving crisis of the West and of democracy in the West. With that said, I have 4 issues I wanna give a few thoughts. The first one is what Vesna Pusic drew attention on. It's the new methodology, because unlike what Vesna said, my impression is that when we go back to March or the pre-March pandemic era, I don't think much has changed, neither within the EU nor within the West, nor within the Western Balkans. Some things have become more visible that were known before, but substantially, I don't think much has changed. So let me make a few observations on the very Commission methodology, the new methodology. The methodology, in my understanding and deep democratic conviction, was direly needed and remains direly needed, because it is the strongest commitment to EU enlargement, maybe since Thessaloniki on the one side, and on the other side, because of its commitment to the transformative potential for democracy promotion, as the new methodology, for the first time at all, front loads democratic fundamentals with the rule of law in enlargement. However, history teaches us, the people that have been promoting enlargement and have been trying to push the EU and its actors to make enlargement more efficient, to remain skeptical. for two reasons. A, the new methodology, it has to be reminded, is a solution to a non-existing problem, or was a solution to a non-existing problem. The problem of the EU has never been that of its own toolbox. The toolbox was not bad. It has evolved over time as a learning by doing process, but it has not been implemented or applied. That particularly refers, I'm just mentioning one example, the toolbox contained in chapter 22, 2024. While at the same time, and this is point B, I fear that the new methodology offers no solution to the core problem. And the core problem has always been the lack of political will by the key actors within the EU and the lack of leadership to make use of its own toolbox. This is most visible here in the new methodology. The new methodology, let's be frank, primarily has been introduced to appease Paris after blocking accession decisions on North Macedonia and Albania. And it is interesting to remind all of us of the French non-paper, which was the origin of the Commission proposal. While Mr. Macron has insisted in his blocking of EU accession decision from Macedonia and Albania in October last year on first dealing with the EU's internal reform needs before continuing enlargement, while he has referred in private to his fear we will get 6 more Orbáns into the EU with continuing the enlargement process. The French non-paper raised none of these core political issues about the EU's internal democracy problem. Quite the contrary, the French paper shifted from the policy and the democracy problem to an administrative and operational management methodology issue. And it is really, really interesting to have seen that in the French paper, the democracy issue didn't even appear, even the word democracy did not appear. This is a very sharp illustration why the real problem has not been solved. The other problem here is the problem of leadership, and that's a real problem since the year 2016. We have seen a problem in leadership insofar as with the UK on its way out of the EU, basically one of the key drivers of member states drivers of enlargement, Germany, has been and remains in dire need of a key ally. And France has portrayed in the whole process that had led to the new methodology a very ambivalent role. France has claimed it wants out of the blue leadership in the Western Balkans. However, at the same time, after having checked out for a decade out of the Western Balkans, it has demonstrated almost zero knowledge about the Balkans. So while I would promote the French-German leadership as a substitute for the German UK leadership for driving enlargement policy, I think some commitment or acknowledgement on the French side and decency of their limited knowledge and the learning curve they have to go through in the Western Balkans is needed. My second point is the question of democratic transformation. Ever since October 5th, 2000, the EU's and the West's working assumption in the Balkans has been that the Western Balkan countries find themselves in some form, whether linear or non-linear democratic transformation. I think it would be more honest and it is more true to conclude in the current situation that such democratic transformation is currently not going on. What's more, I would insist that the EU, in its evolvement of its accession toolbox in recent years, has implicitly even admitted that fact. Look, example, for the chapter 23-24 conditionality Serbia has gotten in terms of conditioning and sanctioning political elites or ruling elites not making public comments on ongoing court cases, and thus interfering politically in the judiciary. Or look at what is in the new methodology. There is a conditioning of and a sanctioning of ending the practice of ruling elites in the Balkans of making a public commitment to EU perspective and enlargement towards the EU, and making completely different, sending completely different narratives towards domestic audiences. Now, the last time we have sanctioned political elites' narratives was under the half protectorate in Bosnia in the immediate post-war period. I think that tells you something, that really we are not anymore in a phase of, unfortunately, democratic transformation by and large in the Western Balkan countries. And not only in the Western Balkan countries, look at Hungary and our problem with Hungary. Hungary, by all accounts, had sustainably passed democratic transformation before entering the EU. And what this Hungarian example has showed us, that there's no such thing as completing democratic transformation. This is reversible. So, I mean, when it comes to linking internal reform and enlargement, I think this is an important admittment and changing our working assumption that is to be made. My third point is on what the special representative and also Viola and Vesna pointed to, is the question of unresolved status disputes. Now, unfortunately, we have seen in recent years that EU officials, be it the former chief negotiator in the Kosovo-Serbia dialogue and promoting the land swap idea, or just this week, the USR in Bosnia negotiating an electoral reform deal, engage in some solutions to unresolved status dispute that to completely run counter to European values. I think this is an important lesson to be learned. And it is, again, an appeal that the core problem in enlargement is the political will and the political leadership and upfronting democracy. Because what these examples show us and demonstrate is that our solutions and our engagement in mediating unresolved status disputes in the Balkans need to be based on principles. You can call them, or you don't need them, red lines, and these principles must be based in our liberal democratic values and principles. It is not sufficient, because, and that's why this is necessary, neither the acquis nor principles of international law provide these principles. And I come to my fourth and last point before concluding. The fundamental question, how to get to social political change in the region. We have seen two examples in the last half decades in the Balkans that have demonstrated that social political change, and here I strike a concluding positive note, is possible. One was the democratic revolution in 2016 in Northern Macedonia. The other one was this year's called Government of Hope in Kosovo. Now, I don't want to take any position or whatever one thinks about the political actors in Kosovo. I would insist that it is undisputable, or at least unfounded if disputed, as it is, that large part of the society and of citizens in Kosovo, way beyond the supporters of Vetëvendosje and LDK, like the democratic revolution in 2016 in Macedonia, went beyond the very core of the opposition party supporters, have put big hopes in this government bringing social change in terms of bringing rule of law and ending structural corruption. So these two examples demonstrate to us that despite the underperformance of the EU, despite the crisis of the West and crisis of democracy in the West on both ends of the Atlantic, there continue to exist constituencies for social change in the Western Balkan countries. However, and unfortunately, in both cases, it was the West that has betrayed these constituencies. In Northern Macedonia, it has been France and the other Eurosceptic member states. And we are very well aware that in the case excuse me, there's somebody in the line. Somebody has unmuted. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Vidim da ti ne to spinje taka na zemlji, koliko je dobro.
Okay, I think it's okay. It should be fine now. Okay, so I mean, what I said, where I stopped is, unfortunately, it have been various actors within the West that have betrayed those hopes for social change in the recent past. For that reason, and that's where I will be concluding, it is direly needed that the EU meets its renewed commitment and develops the political will to front load and defend liberal democratic values in the enlargement policy, and to defend them also where it's necessary and unpleasant towards such undermining attempts like we see coming out of Washington. Because how can we expect that local political actors, will stand up against such attacks if we don't do it up front? This means this defense of liberal democratic values needs to happen in a process of both reforming enlargement and doing internal EU reform, instead of what the French President Macron had been based his blocking of the accession process last year on, of insinuating that you could do first internal EU reform and then enlargement. And I think if there's some positive development that came out of this internal EU clash over enlargement since October last year, at least from my observation, it is that in Paris there has been a learning curve, particularly on this issue that we not only can do enlargement and internal EU reform when it comes to the democracy problem in Parliament at the same time, but we even have to do it. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Boda, and sorry for the interruption that it occurred. I would like to pass the floor to Professor Bekim Balici to give his speech. Thanks a lot, Bekim. The floor is yours.
Thank you having me here. I hope you can hear me. So many things have been already said, which I have intended somehow also to discuss here, but I will revise somehow my paper or my presentation and focus only on some points of that. One of them is that regional cooperation is a precondition for European integration, and that the EU can, despite the stagnation on the process of integration, EU can help and can support the somehow initiatives and projects on regional cooperation as this one, for example. And also that one of the most challenging issue in this regional cooperation is the dealing with the violent past or transitional justice, which is somehow also providing more trust building and more democratization in the region. Second point is that the conditionality approach or conditionality policies of the EU to enhance regional cooperation are not effective or have to be changed somehow, have to be redefined, or have to modify somehow, because they are not effective anymore. So either stick has to be more effective or carrot more attractive. In both way, conditionality does not help regional cooperation and does not help also the countries in the Western Balkans to move forward in the process of integration. Meanwhile, the Euroscepticism has increased significantly in the Western Balkan countries, and parallel to this trend is also the migration process. So there are, according to Eurostat, since 2007 until 2018, the Western Balkan countries have experienced a decrease of its population, with Kosovo, I have here, 15.4% of population, Bosnia almost 9%, Serbia almost 6%, and Albania 4%, mostly because of emigration, and the trend is increasing in the last couple of years also, since 2018. So that means that for instance, out of 1.8 1.8 million inhabitants of Kosovo, around 300,000 have left the country in the last decade. This demographic exodus has also affect also the democratic processes. So, and also the decreasing of public opinion support for European integration, and this enthusiasm of the Western Balkans somehow means that the conditionality is losing its, how to say, it's losing his, is losing its influence and its effect, because EU institutions are focusing mainly on political elites and political leadership, leaving citizens in the situation of uncertainty and in situation of finding own way to get out of this crisis, economic and political crisis as well. So I think that besides criteria which are well written and well known, Europeanization of the region has to be more effective and has to be more strongly, in order to increase somehow that those states has a real touch, so to say, with the European integration, especially in the academic life, especially in the civil society, and in other spheres of everyday life, so to say, because sometimes EU is only political science fiction, so to say, for most of the citizens in Kosovo, and I believe also in the region. One of the points which I believe the EU can do more and has to do more is, as I said, supporting, dealing with the past, or transitional justice. I heard that Mrs. Pusic said that the mother of integration is rule of law, and I believe that mother of the rule of law is dealing with the violent past, or dealing with what happened before. In the meantime, we have also denial of the war crimes. The last year, actually it was in January this year, that the Serb president denied the massacre of Racak, and I think it's regress regarding building the trust or building the dialogue between the states and the nation. So in this sense, EU has to prove that not only normalization of the relation as the dialogue between Kosovo and Serbia, but also normalization of the relation between the people, between the civil society, between other non-political institutions, has to be achieved in order to have a real normalization between both states and between both societies. So there are many different things that which I have planned to present, but in the meanwhile, many things have been changed, also due to the corona and also because of previous presentations. So I will stop here only with the hope that EU will find, and we will discuss some ways how to improve the process of integration and how to support those forces which are behind this process. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Bekim. Now I will pass the floor to Professor Çelikdemnas, our last panelist speaker, and I expect Professor Nas would talk about Turkey and Turkey's integration to the European Union, and also maybe touch also on the Western Balkans and Southeast Europe in general. Thanks a lot, Professor Nas. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. I thank you all and also giving me the opportunity to speak here. I'm the last speaker, so I will try to be as brief as possible. First, let me talk a bit about this reformed, let's say, accession process, and then I will say a few words about Turkey's accession process, and then I will end with saying a few points about the future, let's say. When we look at the Commission's communication about this enhanced accession process, which was published in February of this year, it gave importance to the credibility issue, which has again proven to be one of the main obstacles in the enlargement process. And in the communication, it was said that for the accession process to regain credibility, there is need for solid trust, mutual confidence, and clear commitments on both sides. So if we are trying to build a credible accession process on both sides, both the candidate countries and the European Union, we have to be clear in our messages, we have to be honest in what we offer, we have to be determined to honor our promises, and then trust and confidence may increase, let's say, as a result. So I think enhancing the methodology or creating a better sort of approach to the accession process is important, but of course it will not revolutionize the accession process, because as all the panelists have again noted before me, there are more fundamental issues which is related with political will, commitment, what the EU can offer to the region, and also of course the internal divisions within the European Union, the EU's internal problems of dealing with some of the member states that are diverging from European values. It is a good effort, but it is not enough. Again, I hope that this process, this enhancement will create an accelerated and a healthier accession process for all the candidate countries. And we should, of course, see how this methodology is going to be implemented. Again, organizing the chapters of the negotiations into clusters is, I think, quite important, especially the fundamental clusters, rule of law, will become quite challenging also in the future. I think the Commission's role is also very important. The Commission is has always been described as the guardian of the treaties, guardian of the collective identity of the European Union. So it's steering this accession process, being neutral, and also defending the rights of the candidate countries, not only the EU member states, is, I think, vital in this process. And it is vital for the Commission to really try as much as possible to be quite objective and neutral in this process. Is very involvement is very important in this process. The involvement of the member states, I think, is going to be increasing with this new enhanced methodology. Of course, this is very difficult to, let's say, avoid the involvement of the member states, but if they are too much involved in this process, then this will create more opportunities for political blockages, and they will demotivate the candidate countries and decrease the credibility of the accession process. As we have witnessed over the last couple of years in the situation of Albania and Northern Macedonia, we have seen that some member states' political interests might interfere with this process in a negative way. We have, as Turkey, again, now shifting to my second point, as Turkey, we have seen that these political blockages have been detrimental to the accession negotiations. Since 2005, only 14 of the 35 chapters have been blocked due to various reasons, including chapters 23 and 25, which are now in the cluster of fundamentals. Again, criticizing a candidate country on the part of the EU for problems in judiciary, rule of law, fundamental rights, and at the same time not opening the chapters that are related with these issues, judiciary, fundamental rights, chapters 23 and 24, is, I think, a contradiction in terms, and it damages the credibility. So whenever in Turkey we talk with civil society organizations, those people who are working to bring Turkey closer to the European Union, this emerges as an issue. So if you want to improve these issues in Turkey, then the EU has to be an anchor, and the fastest way would be to open these chapters, chapter 23 and also chapter 24. So, I mean, let me also give a personal perspective in this part of my talk. I am a person who has studied EU and Turkey relations since 1988. So it has been 32 years. I was part of a group of students who were trained in the EC Institute of the time. This was before 1989. It was the EC then. And we were trained to actually contribute to Turkey's harmonization with the EU and its further integration with the EU. So at the moment, I am really saddened that the EU's approach to Turkey has become very negative, and we no longer have any issues. Process, Turkey has fulfilled 66 of the 72 criteria in the visa liberalization dialogue, no completion in this regard also. So I think this whole process has pushed Turkey away, and while it could be used, the accession tool could be used to integrate Turkey further into the European Union, it has actually marginalized and isolated Turkey. So I think if the EU accession process had worked, then this would also contribute further to Southeast European cooperation and dialogue. Again, the recent COVID-19 crisis has also shown us that state capacity, resilience, and crisis management capability is of paramount importance, especially in these situations like pandemics or climate change related disasters, etc. So I think we need to think outside the box. We need to concentrate on new areas of dialogue, new platforms, and new methods of dialogue, of engagement, both at the supranational, national, subnational levels, and also involving further non-governmental organizations. Now, for example, on the agenda, we are talking about in the EU, shorter supply chains, for example, because of this dependency on China that was apparent in the COVID-19 crisis. So in all these issues, crisis response, shorter supply chains, I think the EU needs to more and more engage with its neighborhood. And here, Turkey is, I think, very important because of its experience in the customs union and its also vast, let's say, involvement in the value chains of the European Union. So rather than creating new divisions, new dividing lines in this part of the world, we should get rid of divisions, and we should make sure that we are not creating new lines. So in Turkish, we have a saying, maybe you already know it, we say that komşu komşunun külüne muhtaçtır, meaning that neighbors need even each other's ashes, that neighbors need each other even on the least significant and least expected issues. So rather than isolating and antagonizing Turkey, I think winning over Turkey, engaging Turkey is very, very difficult. And also looking back to this whole process since 2005, we have lost precious time, so it is no longer possible to regain this time. But if accession process with Turkey had not been blocked, if we did not have these problems on the part of several member states using their, let's say, member state power in order to block the process, I think things could have been very different now in the Balkans, in Eastern Mediterranean, in the Middle East. So enlargement could have really been a tool for peace and transformation in this part of the world. So, but still, I think it's not too late. So there is no use maybe going back looking at the past. But I think there is still some potential in Turkey with regard to the EU process. There is a civil society, because I'm also a representative of the civil society, which is quite active, resilient, valuing Turkey's EU ties. They are fighting for European values in Turkey at the moment. Values such as sustainability, gender equality, freedom of expression. I will also want to shortly talk about an opinion survey we have conducted, my organization has conducted in 2019, and it has been conducted in 35 cities in Turkey with over 4,000 respondents. And we have asked mainly the public perception about the EU, and we have asked the people whether they would like Turkey to be a member of the EU. And the result is that 60% continue to support Turkey's EU membership. So if it's possible, we would like Turkey to be a member of the EU. But only 23% think that it is actually going to take place. So there is a bit of a disappointment, I think, over the years, this percentage has decreased. So I think it's a pity that the EU is losing such a vibrant, productive and modernizing country, and also a country that can contribute more to progress in the Balkans. So I think we have to understand that while the EU is pushing Turkey toward another status, not a candidate status, the backbone of Turkey relations should still be the accession process, and it still remains a strategic priority for Turkey. And as a candidate country, Turkey is going to also support the integration of the Western Balkans towards the European Union. But of course, the credibility of this process is very important. Let me also, of course, we have talked about it, but this artificial division in the enlargement process between the Western Balkans and Turkey is also quite artificial. Turkey is also a Balkan country and is a very important part of this part of the world. And finally, for the future outlook, we know that the conference on the future of Europe is going to take place in the fall of this year. It has been postponed because of this crisis. I think inviting Turkey as well as the other candidate countries to this conference can be a positive step, because this is EU and we are in Europe, although we are not a member of the European Union. And I think Turkish civil society, academia has a lot to contribute to the debate on the future of the European Union. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Thanks a lot, Professor Nas. I would like to also inform you that we have representatives from Southeast European countries. We have representatives present from Ljubljana, from Ankara, from Athens, from Podgorica, Sarajevo, Skopje, Sofia, Tirana, Zagreb. And I would like them to, if we got, if someone wants to raise a question or make a comment, please feel free to ask for just to raise your hand or write in the chat box. So then I will be happy to give you the floor. And okay, yes, Evgenia, yes, Sofia, right? Yes, the floor is yours, Evgenia. Thank you.
Thank you, and hello, everybody. It's a pleasure to be present at this conference today, and thank you to the organizers for making this possible. Even though it's happening over the internet, it's still very nice to be together and to discuss these very, very important topics. I don't have a question, but I would like to make a few comments on the topic that we have today in this panel regarding the approach to the accession process. Enlargement, as you know, is of course a two-sided process. It takes two sides. It takes both sides to happen. The European Union and the Western Balkan countries, they need to deliver on the commitments that they have made. The European Union needs to keep its promises, while our Western Balkan partners must continue with all necessary reforms. We here in Bulgaria, we know from personal experience that the most of those reforms are very painful, they're very difficult to happen, but they're in the interest of all the citizens and they're indispensable. Bulgaria is, of course, consistent in its support for the European Union perspective of the Western Balkans. It remains a top foreign policy priority for the Bulgarian government for the enlargement process to happen. We take note of the proposal of the Commission on the reversion of the enlargement methodology. It has the potential to improve the effectiveness of the process and to reestablish a credible European Union perspective for the Western Balkans. At the end, I would like to say that we believe that enlargement is right now, and it will remain an intergovernmental process that requires consensus, of course, at every stage. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Evgenia. I got Vesna Pusic that wants to intervene. Yes, Vesna.
Thank you very much. I just want to raise or go back to an issue that you have mentioned, Vitória, and a number of other people, which is sort of urgent, and I think not only for Kosovo and Serbia, but for all of the Balkans. And this is the land swap and the meeting and discussion that's going to take place in Washington shortly. In my opinion, this is an extremely dangerous idea, not only for you guys, but for everybody in the field here. Everybody has some issues, or most of the countries have some issues of this kind. And if you start with this, this potentially starts an unraveling process that will not only roll back democratic reforms and changes, the little that everybody has, but still some have been going on. It will really bring sort of immediate, clear and present danger, let's say, to the region of potential conflict. Just trying to imagine the Kosovo police, for instance, going into this territory that was is at the moment Serbia. Can anybody imagine this happening if the land swap was to take place? So you people who know more about it, maybe Vitória, you or some of the people who are present here, maybe you could say a little bit more about the how realistic you think this is, and how realistic it might be this actually taking place. Thanks.
I will just pass the floor to Viola first, and then I will get back to you with some of my comments. Thanks a lot.
Well, this is it's crucial for our further work that this won't happen. This would open a Pandora box for sure, and we are all aware of this. And I was very happy about the recent remarks and statement by Mr. Lajčák, why we know that, let's say, in the last period with the former High Representative, not everyone was really completely sure what kind of deal she or her team would be ready for. So in that respect, I think we have a much clearer point of view and position by Borrell and Mr. Lajčák. I know from Berlin, I mean, you won't find anyone who would be ready to compromise on this issue. As far as I've heard, I don't know anybody apart from the ID from the right wings, of course, but nobody else, neither the left ones, nobody in the parliament would ever be ready to sign a compromise where a land swap would be included. So on this, I think from the European Union side, from the Commission side, from the Parliament side, we are pretty sure that this won't happen. And what I've said was, I'm not so sure what Grenell has in his bargaining package. You could read between the lines when you see and when you have read what Mr. Peter Bayer, my colleague in the German Bundestag, said 2 days ago when they have debated the Kosovo, the KFOR mandate, that he kind of also so assumed that might be a dirty deal by the president of Kosovo and Grenell. So Tlači seems to be blackmailed by Grenell to compromise on things, which then might also end up in a I don't know, avoiding a situation in Den Haag on the specialist chamber. This is something what people were telling me on different channels, but this is the only option I see where you could pass on a land swap because there is a personal motivation, a personal issue in this. Otherwise, I don't see anybody in Kosovo who would agree on this, neither here in the European Union, neither in the bigger capitals. This would be my remark on this.
Thank you, Viola. Yes, the discussion about the border exchange has started at the beginning of 2018. Something that we discovered lately was that our president and the previous government have signed some contracts, lobbying contracts, that now we have them. And in these contracts, they have paid people to lobby and to sell the idea of border correction in countries that they do not support, such as there is also a transcript that you can find in the British Parliament Hansard, where you can see that British MP raises the issue and says that the president is paying people to sell the idea of border swap, of land swap. So then since 2008, here in Kosovo, we have tried to discuss this issue, but most of the time we have been also criticized that you don't have the information correctly. This is not true. You don't know what's going on. Well, we don't know what has been discussed behind closed doors with Vucic and Thaci and Granel. But for sure, they're going to meet on the 27th of June, and we don't know what they're going to talk about. So what we said at the beginning, it was that in 2019, the elections in Kosovo, 6 October elections in Kosovo, send a clear message that people want a government that wants change in Kosovo. And they elected for the first time Vetëndosje, which has been the biggest opposition party in Kosovo. And they also voted for LDK, but for Vjosa Osmani as the leader of, as the candidate for prime minister that was nominated by LDK at that time. Now the situation has completely changed. The government, the previous government, is not anymore in power. We have a weak government. We have a prime minister that cannot say no to Hashim Thaci. And we don't know who is going to sign in Washington, what they're going to sign. And the situation is not really well. So, but we are following very closely to see what is going to happen. It might be a final deal, or it might be just an agreement as the two agreements before with the aviation and also the train line from connecting Serbia and Kosovo, but we don't know for sure yet. So we have to wait and see. But here in Kosovo, and the situation is not really well, because people want to go outside on the street, and the number of COVID cases are increasing day by day. So we don't know how we will be able to control the masses of people, because they're not very happy and they will not agree to whatever Hashim Thaci is pushing forward. Now, Hashim Thaci enjoys only 18% of support from the people, whereas Albin Kurti and Vjosa Osmani, they enjoy more than 65 to 70% of the support from the people. So in Kosovo, the message is clear. People want to move towards change. People want to move towards European integration, and people of Kosovo do not want to engage in such dangerous deals because we know what it means when you touch the borders of the Western Balkans. It will not affect only Kosovo, it will affect Bosnia as well. And then nobody will be for sure to tell what will happen in the region if we start to open this Pandora box, as Viola said. So yeah, okay, now I think that Bodo has asked to intervene as well. I'll ask Bodo to intervene and see what he thinks. Thanks a lot.
Bodo, we don't hear you. Something is wrong with your microphone.
Bodo, your microphone?
No.
No.
Unplug it maybe once, or
yeah, I did unplug it. Do you hear me?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. I just want to add a comment from a Western and EU perspective on this issue. I think it is no rocket science to anybody who wants to understand this issue that a return to a 1990s ethno-territorial concept it would be an absolute disaster. It would lead to ethnic cleansing, whether peaceful, somebody had suggested that term in the last few months, or violent one. It would not be in the interest neither of Kosovo Serbs nor Albanians in Preševo value. It would unravel the Ohrid Agreement in Macedonia and any sustainable solution to reforming the Dayton dysfunctional political and institutional system. The very fact that it was the EU and EU, not the EU as a whole, but EU actors that promoted this idea in at least two aspects shows that this whole land swap saga is maybe the lowest point in the EU's enlargement, or has been enlargement policy, and in the political dialogue. First in Ms. Mogherini and her team promoting that idea, not only being neutral to it and dropping previous principles of the dialogue, but also and I think this is something for us internally in the EU, we have to deal with at some future point when we've solved the Kosovo-Serbia issue. A low point for foreign and security policy in the EU, a high representative and her team of half a dozen people, hijacking and privatizing an EU policy issue. We are not at that point anymore. This hijacking has been gone. We have a more coordinated policy now, as Viola said. What one might think or not think about Mr. Lajcak's appointment, and as an EUSR, it is clear that his performance now is clearly coordinated with the main actors that have been driving and continue to drive the dialogue. And it is clearly on the line of previous established principles that made up the historical initial success of this political dialogue. And a last comment to our Turkish colleague, as this is a Southeast European and other Balkan and Western Balkan narrowly framework. I think Turkey reminds us, and it's a very wonderful case that to me even more stresses what I've stated previously, that a new accession methodology was a solution to a non-existing problem. If there ever was or is a need to reforming the accession methodology and to reform and update the accession negotiating framework, then it is in Turkey's case, where this approach, this accession methodology is completely outdated when you compare it to the evolution of the accession methodology that we have seen since Turkey signed the accession or since the EU agreed on the accession negotiating framework with Turkey in 2005. So to me, if there is to make a case for a new accession methodology to unblock the process, then it's with the EU-Turkey relationship and not with the Western Balkans. Thank you.
Thank you, Bodo. Aidan has asked to intervene. The floor is yours, Aidan.
Thank you. Yeah, I just would make a couple of brief points about the land swap idea. Firstly, given that you have characters like Grenell and Trump now taking the lead in America, it's easy to present the US as something rotten, and the EU as this kind of shining beacon of hope and justice. And I'm afraid that isn't a fair assessment to make. The EU has, not officially, but certainly members within the EU in the past have tacitly supported the idea of a land swap. Certain EU member states have also tacitly supported the idea of a land swap. And this notion that a land swap based on ethnic identity is something that is fundamentally against European Union values is simply just not true. The Good Friday Agreement between the Republic of Ireland and the United Kingdom enshrines that if the demographics change in Northern Ireland, the borders will be redrawn. And you look at European history, and borders being redrawn according to ethnic demographics is central to EU history. Of course, I agree that it's madness to entertain the idea, but it is also worth noting, I think, that the reason why things like this gain currency, and the reason why we're in this crazy situation now where the future stability of the Balkans is dependent on the whims of somebody as erratic as Donald Trump or self-serving as Richard Grenell, is because the EU has failed consistently for the best part of 20 years now to offer an alternative, that it had these opportunities, and it simply was unable to put forward a coherent plan for the integration of the Western Balkans, or to deal with the very obvious democratic deficit that was emerging in many countries in the Western Balkans for the last 10 or 12 years. And into that vacuum jumps the United States, but also other actors from outside Europe and the West, whether it's Saudi Arabia or Turkey or China, obviously. And the EU can't simply throw its hands up and say, oh my God, I can't believe these people are entertaining these notions, and isn't it terrible? You should stick with us. We're the ones to help you out, given its track record over the last 20 years.
Thank you, Aidan. I got Rugby Mustafa, who wants to get the floor to... Yes, Rugby?
Hello, thank you for having me. I just wanted to make the comment. I'm the president of Albanian National Minority Council in Serbia, and of course this issue has been in the core of the Preševo Valley. As you added that the Kosovo-Serbia dialogue should not discuss issues beyond the current borders of the Republic of Kosovo, this approach is aimed to intervene only in the issue related to Kosovo, excludes the possibility of interfering in issues related to Serbia and therefore the Preševo Valley. Of course, it is the parties involved in the dialogue that define the definition framework, principles and criteria of the dialogue. But if we want dialogue between equals and lasting peace, then it means that any eventual topics that may be the subject of negotiation, like external borders, constitutional order, internal administrative territorial regulation, natural resources, and economic assets, rights and minority war crimes, and the clarification of the fate of the missing, etc., should be addressed for the both sides which are parties to these dialogue. Thank you.
You're also muted, Vittore. We don't hear you.
Thank you, Viola. Thank you, Ragme, for your inputs. I got a question for Vesna. Just one second. From Stipe Krasnice, she asks, what are the outcomes of Zagreb summit? for Kosovo and the region. How will translate this into our legislation?
Not much, I have to say. The outcome of the Zagreb summit is confirming what has been decided in March, more or less. This is formally confirmed that on the summit level, that Macedonia, North Macedonia and Albania are starting negotiations, as I said, without a date. But Kosovo and Bosnia-Herzegovina have actually, the only thing that was said is some kind of general confirmation of the European perspective without making clear what that means, when, no timetable. This is why I think that meetings like this, more of them involving as many people as possible from the region, both EU members and non-EU member states, is very important, because the old rule that nobody can help you if you first cannot help a little bit yourself, I think holds here. And in some ways, I think we should also involve here Slovenia. We should stick together a little and start thinking of solutions and proposing solutions to the European Union for the integration of the whole region. It's absolutely in everybody's interest, because from the Zagreb summit we didn't get much. And I think this is going, unfortunately, to continue certainly for a while, unless we all take, that are from the region or interested in the region or care about the region, if we don't take a more proactive approach. This has shown us that what you get is mostly very sort of general statements. If I can say from Croatia's experience, although, as I said, it was in a different world, and it happened in a different world to a large extent, at the tail end of that different world, but still. But it did help taking proactive approach, actually. It did help state officials, all of us from Parliament and from the government, actually taking a very proactive approach, talking to people, talking to leaders, talking to parliaments, presenting our case, and maybe we could all sort of think of a strategy of this kind that would put the whole region, as I said, both EU and non-EU, or not yet EU, into a more proactive position on this issue, rather than just waiting for things to happen. Thanks.
Thank you, Vesna. So, as we discussed earlier, the previous accession process, the methodology that was used before, has not prevented state capture. And this is the biggest problem that we, the countries in the Western Balkans, are facing right now. What we can see that the state capture in the Western Balkans is deeper than one can think. And we have experienced it in Kosovo lately. So I was wondering whether we need a new process, or we need to develop further the new methodology in order to prevent the state capture, because this state capture is going to stay with us, and no matter what kind of methodology you bring, and no matter what talks you do, if this doesn't change inside our countries, if the free vote of the people is not counted, then it definitely will end in this vicious cycle and never move forward. So what do you think we should do, or how should we proceed forward? Who wants to? Vesna, yes.
I just asked whether you were asking me, but there are a lot of people who I'm sure can or have ideas on this issue. But since I have the floor now, just 2 sentences. You have Vjosa Osmani. She is a good ambassador. She could go to parliaments and talk to people, and I'm sure I know that you have a few people like that who can, you know, go and talk to parliaments of EU member states and find allies. You need allies. Every society, not necessarily every government, but every society in the Balkans needs allies in the EU to move forward.
Thank you, Vesna. I got Professor Nass who wants to intervene.
Thank you. What I wanted to underline was, I mean, I think we need a better methodology, and it's not only about the methodology, of course. I mean, because when the accession process exceeds a certain time period, then it may lead to these unwanted consequences, as we have seen also in the case of many of the candidate countries, including Turkey. So what the EU tried to trigger in these candidate countries can enter into a reverse cycle, and the problem of democratic backsliding emerges. I think, of course, as the representative from the EU has already said, of course, it is also related with the integrity of the EU itself. So the EU is also maybe trying to protect itself from what has happened in the previous enlargement with countries like Hungary. So it is now becoming much more careful about new accession of new countries. However, I think a really different sort of a novel approach is needed, because now the EU is increasingly finding itself that it can no longer influence the conflicts around the region. I mean, look at Syria, look at the issues in Cyprus, look at Libya, etc. So the EU is not, it is trying to react to these issues with sanctions or with proclamations, but it cannot really induce any positive change in these conflicts. So it is becoming more and more focused only on itself without any effective impact on its vicinity. So I think it should be more forthcoming in trying to resolve these issues. I mean, for example, I mean, in our case, in the case of Turkey, the Cyprus conflict has been and now become an EU matter with the integration of South Cyprus into the European Union. However, the EU had the chance to resolve this issue, had the chance to reunify the island, but it has lost this, I think. Similarly, in the case of Kosovo, again, we are seeing that. So I think what the EU should do is not to evade or not to ignore these conflicts, but to try to provide real solutions to these issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Vesna. Tanya Misevic from the Regional Cooperation Council wants to intervene. Tanya, the floor is yours.
Yes. Thank you very much. Of course, after the break, I will speak much more on behalf of the RCC regarding the brain drain, regarding the migration issues. But I wanted to share with you, first of all, a gratitude for being invited to participate, but also some of the experience of somebody being for 6 years very instrumental for the negotiating process of one of the candidate countries. In terms of the issues of the new methodology and the question that was raised previously, how we are going to deal with the real changes in terms of the rule of law, especially the democratization process in that respect. I'm sure that neither Bodo or Vesna will be shocked when I say that new methodology is not actually a new one, it's the codification of existing things. So we all know that we, much more from the Western Balkans know what is the methodology than the representatives of the member states, unfortunately. And that is a pity. But one thing, I mean, I can go into the details of the new methodology, which I'm not going to do now, and I'm not going to bore you, but to point out several extremely important things that a new methodology brings. And one is the direct answer to the question of Europeization. So up to now, let me remind you, and also Viola is very much aware of it, the democratic process was not perceived and was not assessed in the whole as a holistic approach. It was 23 and 24 chapters, but not the work of the parliament, the democratization of the local self-government, no words about the regional approach, very few sentences in terms of the role of the civil society, particularly not much in the annual reports of the European Commission. Now they devised an instrument, and this is the roadmap for the democratic institutions, unfortunately still not aware what will mean, what is going to look like. When we are going to find out, once when North Macedonia and Albania got the negotiating framework, again, unfortunately, there are a lot of commotion, but not the results in that respect. We still are not aware how the new methodology will be make it operational, the needs of the process. The good thing is the fundamentals first are actually becoming part of the fundamentals as a cluster. So briefly, you cannot deal with fight against corruption and not dealing with the public procurement. Where there is if there is a corruption, systematic or systemic corruption in the society, then you should check what is going on with the public procurement, with the public procurement rules. And the second view that I would like to share with you is the changing role of the European Commission. During the accession of Croatia, and even more previously, the European Commission was very much present. Now the European Commission is somehow restraining the leading role in the negotiation process without changes to the intergovernmental notion of the accession as it always been. This is always a political process. The final word is in the hands of the capitals of the member states. But the Commission should both push and pull the candidate. It's the leading and the most important partner. And the third thing, and I will finish with that, the word Europeization somehow disappeared from the process. And that is a big issue. That is one of the question mark, because you are not make more European only the state structures, but also the whole of the society. That means that the civil society could not have the as important role as it's supposed to have in the whole of the process. Thank you very much. I hope I was not too long.
Thank you, Tanya. Viola wants to intervene. The floor is yours.
Yeah, well, quickly, I mean, I couldn't agree more on what Tanya was already saying. I just would like to, because it's nothing new, but to explain this. I mean, my frustration with obvious flaws and frauds many of the countries I'm working in. So I'm heavily involved in Ukraine, Moldova, Georgia, so the Eastern Partnership, but relatively new in Kosovo, Serbia. But nevertheless, I mean, the, let's say, systemic approach of how public administration deals with, as she said, procurement and other cases are very, very similar. And also there's blind eye on how the Commission then deals with these cases. Also other international donors very similar. And often this is a very, let's say, technical problem, and this frustrates me even more. So if we give out millions of euros here and we ratify, or we ease this money for these countries, there is, let's say, a tendency in the DG, whoever is in the lead, to say we don't want this money back. And this is, of course, not in a written manner somewhere, but it is known by some of the decision makers in the countries. So I confronted sometimes, for example, the German KfW bank in Ukraine. I was asking those guys, I mean, here is an obviously corruption case, and this was disclosed by Ukrainian NGO political advisor, and it was obvious and it was confirmed. And they not even investigated on this, and they not even demanded its money back. So this was so frustrating for the civil society, for the reformers in the ministries, that even if they investigated, even if they had the proofs in their hand, there was no reaction from in that case from the German side, and it's very similar to some of the cases I've heard from the European Union. It is often very much linked to careers of bureaucrats. It's very, very simple, but that doesn't make it better. I absolutely understand the frustration in the countries, but many of this is really a systematic approach, and it has to do with, if we give money to these countries and they are obviously low, how do you say, the absorption capacity, so there's not a real sustainable project in the drawer, as we say, in line, then we give the money anyway. Even we know it will be wasted, even we know it will be misused, it will be abused by the public administration, or by some of the politicians, or by some of the family and friends of the politicians, but we give it anyway. And this is, I think, the biggest mistake we can make, because we do not use the stick, we do not use the carrot in a proper way. And this, of course, attracts this system, how it works now, that people, the old political class is very much aware of how to pass around and how to not to comply with actually what they have signed. And this is also what irritates me, because on paper it looks very fine. I mean, this box ticking is so well practiced for years and for decades now, that everyone is very much happy with it. Nobody is really going against it. There's no revolution. So for this time, I think the 51 days of the old government was more, let's say, or was, how to say this, was more cost saving for the European Union and others. I mean, the Vetvendosia government, what you have done and what they have done in this very short period, how they cleaned up and tried to clean up the management structures of public companies and half public government, this was enormous. And this should be a role model. And I wish the European Union, the Commission, and people on the ground, but also in the political, here in the Parliament, would emphasize this. Yeah, this was something striking. That was good for Kosovo. That was good for us. There was a role model for how to fight corruption, but it was not even mentioned. So this is, of course, then frustrating for the people fighting corruption and fighting this state capturing. And so there is not any real incentive coming from Brussels to the people on the ground to clean up the old system. And that frustrates me really completely. But I will, when I try to draft my report, I will definitely go after this.
Thank you, Viola. I've got Botte who wants to intervene. Botte, the floor is yours.
Does it work this time? Again,
Yes,
not?
yes.
Okay, just a brief reply or reaction to Tanya, and something that I'm not sure if I misunderstood Vesna in her introductory remark. The relationship between democracy and rule of law in general and in the enlargement policy. I think it is important to remember, because in the French non-paper, it was all about the rule of law and no democracy. Now, historically and still today, you can't have democracy without rule of law, but you can have rule of law without democracy. So I think, to me, the core issue here is democracy. And when it comes to democracy, in a very, and Tanya asked the question of operationalization of the new methodology. In a way, the new accession methodology brings in the Commission into what has always been the competency of the member states. That is democracy, that is the political criteria. And it's even more complicated because, you know, in dealing with the political criteria in the accession phase of enlargement, this is Copenhagen Plus. So this is not even on the basis of the acquis, what we are doing for many years, because according to our legal internal EU documents, these countries should be democracies and also functioning market economies by the moment we start accession process. Of course, there was good reason to do this. This wouldn't be realistic, but this is, you know, we are in a work in progress kind of dynamics. And this will always remain. And I mean, I don't think there is an operational solution. I mean, the only way to make this new methodology in a legal and operational technocratic administrative sense stringent would be change of the EU treaties. But at the end, you know, to me, as I said before, this is a question of political will and how to deal with it. And let's look at, you know, the rule of law. Chapters 23, 24, even those are beyond the acquis, because the standard set of judicial reform, institutional reforms we have established throughout the years in chapter 23, like high judicial and prosecutorial councils, random computerized allocation of court cases, for example. This is avant-gardistic for half of the EU member states. It's way beyond the legally established standards in the EU. So this is about, you know, recognizing the reality in the Western Balkans on the one side and having the political will to use the leverage of the enlargement policy, whether to use it on the acquis side or whether to use it on the side of political criteria and the competencies of the member states. So it is a question, A, of political will, and then B, as I said, work in progress. There have been many revolutions of the enlargement methodology, starting with the case of Croatia, 23, 24, and shifting from a commission insisting that this is only a technocratic process of adjusting to the acquis, to understanding and implementing an approach that looks into also implementation of laws, and that looks into, you know, this as a question of sustainability. We need another revolution in the enlargement process. And this is, then I come back to my previous point of constituencies for social political change. We need to make ultimately citizens in the Western Balkans our prime partners. That does not mean we need to drop political or can drop political elites, but we need to ultimately recognize that the genuine partners of EU enlargement when it comes to democracy promotion are the citizens of the Western Balkan countries and not first and foremost the elites. That of course hasn't happened so far because we were weak inside the EU on reaching out to citizens, and that's why we have the internal reform need of the EU. So I think there is a good reason here for the point that has been made previously that it might be good to include the candidate and potential candidate countries into the Future of Europe conference. Whether it makes sense to include governments, I'm skeptical, but I would definitely urge to include civil society actors, because we should have another shift in our narrative on enlargement towards enlargement countries, is that this is not, you know, we are the perfect democracies and you're the ones you need to adjust to our standards but to a narrative that, we're all in the same boat and we're all fighting the same problem.
Thanks a lot, Bodo. Our time is nearly up. I have maybe I'll take 2 final remarks. I got Vesna who wants to intervene shortly, and then we'll have to wrap it up and leave some space for the new for the next panel that is going to talk about how to gain from the brain drain that we're experiencing in the region. Okay, Vesna, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Sorry, but I really find it interesting. Of course, this is referring to what Bodo just said. Rule of law, democracy, and liberal democratic values, that goes together. And if it doesn't go together, you first start with illiberal democracy, and then you get corona dictatorship. So there is no going around it. Actually, it has been discussed lately that illiberal Democrats, if you want to call them, or this new authoritarian rulers around the world and within the European Union member states also, have actually mastered some elements of democracy. So this is why they're not fighting democracy, they're fighting liberal democratic values. And this is something that I think is extremely important to maintain. We call it European values, but we know what they are. And I can recite them, but I won't use up your time now. But this is key. And then everything, rule of law makes sense only if it's based on these values and democracy as procedure. Otherwise, it can be, outright dictatorship, outright despotism, as John Keane has said in his new book, which I will show you, which I think is extremely interesting for everybody, because it shows how you can actually adopt certain elements of democracy and use it to legitimize a dictatorship. So here it is. It's right on my desk. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vesna. For those who haven't read the book that Vesna proposed, maybe it would be interesting to read it. I haven't read it, so I will check it out as soon as I have time. Our time is up, so I will close it here. And I would like to thank you so much for being with us today and being very active and mentioning so many things and raising up so many questions. And we can see that, well, we're still long way to go until we join the EU club. So I hope the situation changes faster in the region. I hope we move towards democracy and we fight corruption, organized crime, and we liberate our states. So we decapture our states here in the region, because most of the states are suffering from this. Okay, so thank you, Viola. Thank you, Bodo. Thank you, Aidan. Thank you, Professor Nass. Thank you, Vesna. And thank you, Bekim. I think I mentioned all of you. Yeah, thanks a lot. And I hope we'll join with you maybe sooner than we think. And I hope that we will meet here in Kosovo and have more time to discuss in person and also exchange some views and experiences and things that we think that are important for us and also for EU to develop their new methodologies that seek to apply in Western Balkan states and Turkey as well, not to forget. Okay, thanks a lot. Have a good day. You can stay tuned if you're interested to listen to the second panel. We will start soon. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. We have to vote pretty soon, and then I'm on my way back to Germany. So thanks a lot for the invitation, and good luck, and let's stay in contact. All the best, Pristina. Bye-bye.
Goodbye to everyone also.
Thank you. Bye.
Yes, thank you very much. Bye now.
Bye.
Bye-bye. We will take a short break, and then we will be back, but stay online because we're not logging off. We'll stay online and until the second panel joins us, and I will invite our moderator, Yeton Mehmeti, to start with the second panel.
Hello, good afternoon to everybody. Dear members of the panel, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Yeton Mehmeti. I am the research director of GAP Institute from Pristina, and I will be the moderator of this panel. I'm very happy that the organizing team has chosen migration to be one of the topics of today's conference, and at the same time has managed to bring together a group of distinguished experts on migration. And for that, I would like to congratulate the staff of the Speaker of the Parliament, the staff of the Kosovo Assembly, and the MP Fitore Pazzolo. Now, the issue that we will address today has affected the whole Western Balkan region greatly. Before the pandemic appeared in our region, migration was rightly considered as one of the main challenges that these countries face today and are going to face in the future. Many studies were published and many roundtables were organized to understand this phenomenon better. Earlier this year, just to mention one, the British reporter for The Economist, Tim Judah, published a rather provocative article entitled Bye Bye Balkans. In his article, he showed how the region is affected by demographic decline, depopulation, and the lack of labor force, which is due to emigration. Now, if these trends continue, the article projected that by 2050, the population change for Kosovo will be minus 11%. In Albania, it's going to be minus 18%, minus 24 in Serbia, minus 29 in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Montenegro and North Macedonia will be affected too, although in rather smaller digits. Now, in order to address this, the challenge of emigration, it is first of all essential to better understand this phenomenon by taking a closer look at the current trends and motifs. Who is leaving and for what reason? Are people leaving temporarily or forever? What are the effects of emigration on the home country's economies and societies? Which specific effects does emigration have on the labor market, on tax revenues, on welfare system, and on the education system? To what extent can emigration represent an opportunity for a country? And what can countries do to promote return migration of the highly skilled? These are some of the questions that this panel will address today. And before I give the floor to our first speaker, let me kindly remind you to mute your microphones at all times and only unmute it when you address the audience. Each speaker will have between 7 to 10 minutes for her presentation. And after all panelists are finished with their presentation, we will open the floor for the audience for questions and comments. Now, I would like to invite our first speaker, my colleague at GAP Institute, the Executive Director, Ms. Nora Latifi, to share some of the key findings of our latest study on emigration of Kosovo's labor force to Germany. Nora, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Yeton. And thanks a lot to the Assembly of Kosovo for the invitation to present our paper today. As Yeton mentioned, earlier this year, we published a joint report with the research unit of the Expert Council of German Foundation on Integration and Migration from Berlin on the emigration of Kosovo's labor force to Germany. This report is about the human potential that Kosovo can provide in meeting Germany's labor demand, and it aims to give answers on the effects of Germany's labor demand for Kosovo, the number of people who have left Kosovo, and in what sectors they are working, the impact the wave of emigration has on Kosovo's economy, and recommendations on what Germany's and Kosovo's governments should do to manage the labor migration corridor between the countries. The Western Balkans regulation gave easier access to German labor market to workers of all skill levels from the 6 Western Balkan countries. Kosovo still remains one of the poorest in Europe and the only country in the Western Balkans without visa-free travel into the Schengen zone. It has the highest unemployment rate and the lowest GDP per capita of the 6 Western Balkan countries. In 2018, its unemployment rate was 29.6%, with the youth unemployment as high as 55%. Our paper points out the sectors that are complementary to both labor markets and those that could pose a risk to Kosovo by analyzing sector and skill-specific market needs and provide examples of legal pathways to benefit both parties, in this case, Kosovo and Germany. EU member states remain the central authority in designing and implementing immigration policies. A crucial rationale used to design labor migration policies is the response to labor market needs. Some states, like Sweden, use a liberal and employer-driven approach, which is country blind, which indicates that the power to recruit workers lies with the employers without much government interference. Whereas a country-specific approach defines a privileged group of third countries from which labor should be recruited. Countries like Germany, Spain, Italy, and France rely largely on state-driven and country-specific methods. These states use a combination of shortage occupation lists, labor market tests, and quotas to set conditions under which low and medium-skilled foreign workers can be recruited. To accomplish this, some states enter into bilateral agreements with specific non-EU countries in order to recruit laborers. According to the OECD, Germany has one of the most liberal labor migration policies among OECD countries, especially for highly educated immigrants. Germany's labor migration policies for low and medium-skilled non-EU workers consist of various country-specific policies, programs, pilot projects, the most important of which is the Western Balkan Regulation, which was introduced in 2015. This regulation gives easier access to the German labor market to workers of all skill levels from the 6 Western Balkan countries. This regulation is set to expire this year, at the end of this year in December. However, while various German policymakers are evaluating this policy as a success and therefore make a strong case for extending the regulation beyond 2020. The primary rationale of the regulation was migration control, although some politicians identified the likely benefits of the Western Balkan regulation in addressing Germany's labor market needs. In addition to this regulation, which includes Kosovo as one of the 6 Western Balkan countries, Kosovo and Germany have other intergovernmental agreements, which are called the Skills Partnership Programs. So what are the potential gains and risks of legal migration pathways? Opening wider legal pathways for middle and low-skilled migrants could, though not always, enable some migrants to avoid the risks of irregular migration, reduce poverty in households that receive remittances, and channel more migrants into orderly programs that fill labor shortages in destination countries. This suggests benefits and improvements for both the country of origin and the destination country, as long as people can consistently access the legal pathways for legal migration. However, there is also a concern about the effects of the brain drain, those skilled citizens who leave their country of origin. Typically thought as of inherently negative, different studies show some positive impacts of brain drain. Under some assumptions, brain drain contributes to the increased inflow of remittances, stimulates education, and reduces international transaction costs. However, if we look at the negative effects, this brain drain is only beneficial to a certain extent, and that some brain drain is good, but that excessive brain drain can be economically harmful. When people emigrate, the country of origin fees making companies less competitive, a rise in reservation wage leading to inactivity, etc. Although Germany has created more legal pathway for immigrants to access its labor market, its economy has the potential to absorb an even greater number of immigrants in areas where job vacancies still remain very high. According to the Germany's Economic Institute, unfilled job positions cost Germany's economy about 30 billion euros every year. Certain industries are having more difficulties filling positions than others. Occupations such as administrative and support service activities, human health and social work, manufacturing and construction are among the professions in highest demand in Germany. Labor shortages in the health sector as well will likely become even more problematic in the near future due to the aging population of Germany. According to Germany's Federal Office for Migration and Refugees, Germany remains the main destination of highly skilled migrants compared to other EU countries. Data related to Kosovo show that Kosovo had the largest number of both applications and visa approvals under Section 26.2 of the Western Balkan Regulation, despite having the second smallest population in the Western Balkans. 1/3 of all applications came from Kosovo, and around 24% of all working visas were issued for Kosovo citizens. The majority of pre-approvals granted for applicants from Western Balkan countries were for work in the field of construction. The next categories that received a high number of approvals were the accommodation industry and food services, as well as human health and social work sectors. While these liberal admission policies increase labor immigration in Germany, the Western Balkan regulation has been criticized for a slow processing time and tendency to be misused via fraudulent work contracts. After receiving work contracts, both employers in Germany and employees from non-EU countries had to wait long periods of time until work visas were approved. The new Immigration Act, which entered into force in March 2020, is expected to significantly expedite the process of acquiring a work permit in Germany. However, citizens of Kosovo aiming to work in Germany without fulfilling these prerequisites are still disadvantaged among the Western Balkan countries, since the visa requirement for short-term stays in the Schengen area remains in place. According to the Kosovo Agency of Statistics, as of 2018, agriculture and forestry were the occupation of the largest groups of the unemployed in Kosovo, followed by wholesale and retail service activities, and then construction workers. Moreover, the healthcare sector has more workers than it can accommodate. A prevailing diagnosis of the problem of Kosovo's labor market is its mismatch of skills. It is often argued that the educational institutions in Kosovo have not served the needs of the economy that Kosovo has. Thus, due to a weak education system that does not reflect market needs, Kosovo has both a deficit and a surplus of labor depending on the industry. Administrative and support services and construction are among the top 5 occupations with a low unemployment rate in Kosovo and a very high migration tendency. On the other hand, occupations such as forestry and fishing, or financing and insurance, agriculture, are among those professions that have excessive unemployment rate, with a very low chance of employment in Kosovo in the near future. People with such professions can migrate to Germany through bilateral agreements with a triple win concept in mind. In conclusion, unlike Germany, Kosovo does not have occupation list of professions that are in high demand or professions with high unemployment. Western Balkan regulation might be developed further by finding ways to prevent a bleeding of the workforce in sectors which are crucial for economic development, which could be achieved by applying it to particular sectors while excluding others. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nora, for giving us some insights and some of the conclusions of this study that we did last year, and we just published earlier this year. It is very important to have in mind those figures and to see how the trends are developing. Like every other panelist, Nora, I would like you to stay until the end so that people, the audience may have some questions regarding the methodology or other findings of the study. Thanks again, Nora, for sharing the insights of this study. And now I would like to move to the next speaker, who is Ms. Tanja Miščević, Deputy Secretary General of the Regional Cooperation Council, RCC. Ms. Miščević, at RCC, you look at the region as a whole, and as I said in the beginning, the data suggests that the whole region is affected and is facing a population decline. According to RCC's Balkan Public Barometer, 39% of population in Southeast Europe would consider living and working in Europe. In Albania, for example, 50% of respondents in 2019 survey said yes, they would consider living, as compared to 47% who said no. Now, if people are not satisfied with the way things are going in their societies, and they are willing to leave and work abroad, what would be the consequences for the economies and societies of home countries? Ms. Miščević, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Jeton. I am sorry, I don't know what is going on with my camera. It's dancing all around. So if it is annoying for everybody, please let me know. I can easily switch it off. Let me go back, Jeton, to your question. It's $1 million question, actually. And I'm sure that neither of us in this chat room or in this webinar, or all of us working for the national administration as well for the regional initiatives, does not have even clue how we are going to deal with this. But let me connect what we are talking now about the brain drain and the migration issues also with the previous panel that we participated, that actually how can we talk about the European future of the Western Balkan Six if not trying to find out and solve the issue of brain drain of young people leaving the area. I am grateful that you as the SEECP Parliamentary Assembly included this issue, having the importance of the issue into this webinar. And let me start with reminding you with the predictions of the World Bank you called upon the Balkan Barometer. I've shared with you several slides. This is a sneak peek because the presentation of the Balkan Barometer will be only next week, but I use some of the slides for the purpose and some data for the purpose of today's debate. But let me remind you what World Bank has said, we also heard a little bit earlier by Nora, 50% of the population, we are on the good way to lose. This is striking data that we all have to have in mind. But also the global competitiveness report, World Economic Forum also said that 3 out of 6 are ranked at the top of the brain drain, being Bosnia and Herzegovina, North Macedonia, and Serbia, which makes the issue of immigration, which is as a structural problem for all of us. The number of those that are willing in the Western Balkan 6 or considering to emigrate now is up to 43%. And it's devastating, the fact that it is among very popular, very fashionable, and of course, something that they are using, very acceptable for the young people, which is extremely a problematic problem. In EU Western Balkan Summit 2018, this issue has been raised, and that was also part of, let me remind you a little bit, forgotten document, Sofia Priority Agenda out of Sofia Declaration, out of Sofia Summit, which means that that has been recognized not only as the Western Balkan problem, but the EU problem is as such. And that was a very good start, but it's up to us how we are going to deal with the issue. Let me be very bold. There is no single policy solution when it comes to the issue. Unfortunately, we did not devise something like this. There is no understanding of the as an amalgam of all factors behind individual decision to move abroad. One question mark is, are we all able to devise this policy approach, single policy approach to the same problem that we are facing a lot. The biggest concern for especially youth, as also Nora noted in the report for Kosovo, is of course the job security. I will enlarge that, not only job, but also general feeling of security or being secure and safe at your hometown, at your own country, which creates the situation for many young people, but also not young people, middle-aged generation to leave. The problem of the rights of the people, not only the issue of good education or the possibility to approach the good education or working condition is one of the issues that creates the situation even worse, which we also discussed a little bit earlier. It is important to remember that prospects of employment do play the very important role. The general condition of life, as well as the Europeization of our society, plays a very important role which citizens find very problematic. In the newest research of Balkan Barometer, that is December to January 2019-2020, 2/3 believe that laws are not applied effectively in their own economy. Let me remind you, we are talking about the Western Balkan 6. There is a notable surge in the perception of corruption across the landscape. and the dissatisfaction with the present social infrastructure, which means schools and hospitals. Note to be taken, we did additional research after the pandemic. And you can imagine that the situation within the health sector gained the momentum in terms of being the most important for the developments and for feeling of being safe in the Western Balkans today particularly. It is there, not surprising that this perception is particularly shared among young people, educated people, which then tend to move because of the situation. The number of those who are supporting, on the other hand, EU integration are larger than with the young people than with the other structures or with the other levels in terms of age, which then become a generation problem between different generations in the Western Balkans, which is one of the issues that we did not pay enough attention to. Let me go back to what we are doing as the RCC, as the overarching but political organization which try to coordinate the activities of the Western Balkan 6 economies. Our aim is, and our main instrument is to apply the holistic socio-economic transformation of our societies, as well of the region, having in mind that the EU is not only the goal, objective, but also the instrument or the model. So we are trying to persuade that type of approach among ourselves, but all around the region, and explain to the European Union that this is what we are doing. We are now engaged in preparing two extremely important documents that's supposed to be presented during Sofia summit later in the autumn. Still not very well aware, is it going to be October in November or November 2020. First one is the regional economic area next generation or 2.0 document, where the issue of brain drain will have a lot of place, particularly dealing with the mobility. So that means with the mutual recognition of not only diplomas, but also qualification, but being the element of also economic development, not per se. So not only in order to be able to move, but to be able to move in order to establish a business or to work or to teach all around the Western Balkans, which, as you can imagine, is not only a good political wish and will, but also it means a lot of technical work for the capitals, from the different ministries, even from the local self-government, which from time to time does not have a lot with the political will, but with actually doing the job, being aware that this will bring a good results and a good development. The second document is the SE 2030 strategy, which will be presented next year, and I'm sure that we are going to have a lot of opportunity to discuss elements of this strategy, reminding ourselves on the elements of implementation of the SE 2020. But let me also point out on the very important element that we are working, and this is the newest thing. This is the Western Balkan Youth Lab project that just has started, and with the aim to increase the participation of youth in the decision making. That is one of the most important things that, according to our knowledge, has been mentioned as the obstacle for the young people to participate, is to participate in the decision making. We are going to address through this project also to the issue of unemployment and also skills mismatch, particularly working on the IT skills, which, as we are talking now online and virtually, prove that are extremely important. There is a lot and plenty of room for the regional cooperation in that respect. And I am flagging to all of you the existence of the project and as one of the possible element to address to the issue. And last but not least important, this is actually the forum that we are talking about. And this is the regional parliaments and the cooperation among them as a platform for cooperation with the regional initiatives, but also civil society as such, not necessarily only NGOs. And therefore, let me finish in order not to be very long, but of course with the possibility to return later. I really warmly welcome this conference of the SEECP parliamentary platform, and would like to really express my gratitude to Chairmanship in Office for organizing. It goes without saying that we at RCC are strongly supporting the parliamentary dimension and would like to see even more and better utilization of the full potential in order to benefit for the regional parliamentary cooperation. Thank you very much. Looking forward for the discussion. Back to you, Yeton.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mišević, for sharing with us these very important insights. And even you already shared with us some of the findings of the next Balkan barometer, which sadly are not very happy figures, unfortunately. But I'm very happy that you brought some important points that we sometimes try to overlook in this immigration issue, such as the quality of life, such as job security and the rule of law, three important factors that of course, they also contribute to these trends of migration. Thanks again for your inputs, and keep up the concrete good projects of RCC that always deliver results, and they tackle the whole region as an entity. Our next speaker is Professor Mary Gilmartin from Maynooth University from Ireland. Her research focuses on contemporary migration and mobilities, and she is the author of the book entitled Ireland and Migration in the 21st Century. Now, Professor Gilmartin, so far we have been talking about the migration trends which automatically create a diaspora somewhere else. Now, Ireland is one of those countries with a large diaspora, but also one of those countries that provides a good example for return migration. Now the question is, how can the diaspora be better connected with the home country? How can remittances be used more productively? And which challenges do potential returnees face? In short, if you could tell us a little bit what the Irish model can teach this region of the Western Balkans regarding immigration and the return of migration and the investment of diaspora. Professor, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thanks for the invitation to join this meeting. Ireland, as you know, is a country with a very long history of emigration. So listening to the stories about emigration from Kosovo and from the Western Balkans, that has been the story of Ireland for well over 100 years. Starting in the 1840s and 50s, large proportion of the Irish population left Ireland, and that continued well into the 20th century. So the Irish experience was of emigration. People grew up, particularly in rural Ireland, expecting that they would leave, expecting that they would join their friends and their family members in other parts of the world, mostly in the UK, the US, and in other countries like Canada and Australia. And that's been the case since Ireland got independence from Britain as well. Every 30 years or so, there's been an economic crisis in Ireland that has led to significant outward migration of younger people. So for a very long time, it looked as though Ireland would only ever be a country of emigration, and that has been our experience. But things have begun to change in the last few years and in the last few decades. The last significant period of emigration was in the 1980s, coinciding with an economic downturn in Ireland. And our best knowledge and evidence of return migration comes from that generation, because that was the first time we began to see significant return migration to Ireland in a way that changed Ireland from being a country of emigration to a country of immigration. And we have extensive research on return migration from that period, as well as more recent research on the most recent wave of emigration from Ireland, which began with the austerity period from 2008 onwards. So we again faced that experience of significant emigration from Ireland from 2008 onwards. So what I want to talk about today are what we know about return migration from the 1980s generation, who began to return to Ireland in the 1990s, what we know about the barriers to return migration today with the group of people who left Ireland from 2008 onwards. And I want to end with suggestions for policies and practices that may be helpful to you from the Irish experience. And I think it's important, Tanya's point earlier, that migration is not just about work, and that we need to think about the social infrastructure more broadly when we're thinking about patterns of emigration and immigration. So what we know about reasons for return migration, this comes from the work in Ireland of Katrina Nilira and David Ralph in the 1990s onwards, is that while often people frame migration as being primarily for economic reasons, that actually many people returned to Ireland in the 1990s because of personal reasons. They returned because of a change in their family status. They had children and they wanted their children to grow up in the way that they had grown up. They returned to Ireland because they had parents who were elderly or who were ill. They returned because of a change in their relationship status. And while work opportunities were important, they were not the defining reason. So people returned because they wanted to come back to Ireland for personal reasons that were enabled by economic development and economic growth, but that was often not the motivator, the main motivator for return. So it's important to recognize that emigrants are not just workers, and they make decisions about movement, about migration, and about return migration based on a range of different factors. And people also used quality of life as a reason for returning. Most Irish emigrants move to cities. So they live in cities like London or New York or Boston or Chicago or Melbourne. And sometimes they want to return to a different quality of life, a less rushed and a less hurried quality of life. From that research and from more recent research, we've also been paying attention to the barriers to return migration. So if people are thinking about return migration, but are unsure, what are the issues that make it difficult for them to return? And again, in the current generation, what we're discovering is that broader quality of life issues are incredibly important when people make a decision about whether to return or not. Access to housing is a huge issue in Ireland at the moment, and many migrants who wish to return are finding it difficult to think about how they can secure housing. How can they make ends meet? So the cost of living in Ireland now is high. Is it going to be possible for them to maintain a good standard of living? Other quality of life issues like access to childcare, particular types of employment or healthcare matter in making that decision. The second issue that serves as a barrier to return migration is if people are in relationships with, in the Irish case, non-EU citizens. So people as migrants develop families, they create new relationships. And if that relationship, or if their children have a citizenship that does not allow them to move easily with the Irish citizen, then that's a very significant barrier to migration. So to what extent is the return migration of Irish citizens enabled through the return migration of their family members? That matters. People who are return migrants can often experience barriers in accessing social services, and that too can be difficult. Getting access to healthcare, getting access to social support. So for example, support for unemployment can be a barrier to return. And there are a whole range of other private services that can act as a barrier to return. In the Irish case, one of the difficulties that people have been facing when they return to Ireland is getting access to car insurance. So being able to actually drive and get car insurance, access to banking services, and when they have children, access to school places. Another issue is the portability of social welfare entitlements, pension entitlements, and other healthcare entitlements. So to what extent can they be carried as people return to Ireland? And a big issue, and this can sometimes be subtle, is whether or not people's experience living abroad is appropriately recognised. So many returning Irish migrants felt that the experience that they had gathered in other countries was dismissed or was treated with suspicion. So, so what they had learned from other places was not being appropriately recognised. And that was very often the case when it came to public sector employment in Ireland. So the state and its employment practices can create difficulties and barriers to return. In terms of broader policies and pathways, what are the kinds of lessons that are perhaps useful from the Irish experience going back many, many decades of emigration? The first is to create a variety of ways for immigrants to remain connected to or involved in their home society. So these are diaspora policies, and the Irish approach to diaspora policies is very broad-ranging, takes a variety of different approaches, provides support to immigrant groups in a range of ways. And it also is about using technology to keep people connected and to keep people involved. Ireland is unusual in Europe in that it does not provide voting rights to its citizens living outside Ireland, but it has still managed to create a sense of involvement and a sense of connection with its diaspora by supporting diaspora activities in a very broad way. And that has paid off in an unexpected way, because Ireland's economic growth over the last few decades has been very connected to foreign direct investment, particularly from US companies. And many of the US executives who were involved in the decision to move companies or to establish branches in Ireland were people who identified ethnically with Ireland. So they were Irish Americans in positions of power in the companies that then invested in Ireland. Active campaigns to encourage return migration. So targeting citizens living outside the country. So for example, in areas of skills shortages, that's one way of targeting return migrants. And also if there's a concern with rural repopulation, so specific areas or specific regions providing incentives to people to return. One important point is, I think, to not just focus on highly skilled migrants. If there's one thing we've learned over the last few months, it's that societies need people with a range of skills to be able to function properly. And a focus just on highly skilled migrants is missing out on the range of contributions and experiences that people, a whole range of people, can make to the society. So functioning societies need people with a wide range of skills, and a return migration policy should address this. I think it's important to ensure that international experience is appropriately recognised. And I think the public sector has a very important role to play in that, to show the value of international experience and to not treat that with suspicion. I do think it's important to understand and to address the very specific barriers that return migrants face. So that will vary from place to place. The issues in Ireland will differ from the issues in the Western Balkans. But one issue that we have found here is that providing support for return migrants who are interested in setting up their own businesses is important. And again, these are a group that can sometimes be excluded. And I would say that it's important to also provide supports for people who are returning in crisis. So what's happened in Ireland is we have a large population of people who are undocumented migrants in the United States. With recent changes there, many have been deported, even though they've lived for decades and their children have lived for decades in the US. So not to forget those people. The Irish government has done this through trying to exert political influence around the treatment of undocumented migrants in the US. Paying attention there, I think, is also important to understand citizens broadly and to understand the range of their experiences. One thing we noticed in Ireland in the 1980s was that the emigrants who left in the 1980s were much more highly educated than previous generations of emigrants. And that has allowed them to be more mobile. So they've moved to a broader range of countries, but they're also more likely to be mobile in returning to Ireland. So to emphasize the importance of education and investing in education in the society, and to recognize too that many of the people who left Ireland in the 1980s, even though there was an economic recession, were leaving Ireland because of dissatisfaction with broader Irish society. And as Irish society began to change, often because of the influence of emigrants and returning emigrants, that those conditions, those changing conditions made it easier for people to feel like they could return and contribute to a changing Irish society. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Gilmartin, for sharing with us the experience of Ireland on tackling this issue. Very useful tips and lessons for every country, both in terms of barriers as well as the opportunities and useful examples that you show. It's very important that, as you mentioned, any country who would like to engage the diaspora should have good diaspora policies, and this should be a permanent rather than a one-time thing. Thank you so much for your insights again. And now I would like to move to the next speaker, who is Mr. Ragmi Mustafa, the president of the Albanian National Council from Buenos. Mr. Mustafa, what can you tell us about the story or the situation in your country, in your place, and how important is investments and engagement of diaspora, and what role should politicians and the public institution play in return migration? The floor is yours.
Greeting for all, and thank you for this opportunity to address the issues of migration drain of Albanians from Preševo Valley. As well, we have quite a different situation here, and it's not some kind that is going through the papers or researchers. Since the end of armed conflict in 2001 in Preševo Valley, there has been some progress in some fields, but also shortcomings in other fields. Progress was more evident in infrastructure investments and integration of our community to local level institutions. But all the empirical and statistic data indicate that there is no evident progress in two main objectives of agreement on demilitarization signed in 2001. All-inclusive integration of Albanians, collective rights, and social economical progress of the region. Nevertheless, in the last 4 years alone, Serbian authorities have purged more than 4,000 Albanians from the civil registers in the municipality of Medveđa in South Serbia, stated by the Flora Ferratis, researcher from Max Planck. Planned by the highest political circle, as she says, and executed by the Serbian Ministry of Interior, the removal of Albania from the civil register is precipitating a major humanitarian and political crisis in Preševo Valley, a predominantly Albanian region along the border with Kosovo. This removal is systematically politically motivated and accomplished by abusing the law on the residence of citizens, which Serbia adopted in 2011, known also as the passivization of resident addresses. These discriminatory measures is disproportionately applied against the Albanian minority in Serbia, particularly in the three municipalities where Albanian vastly outnumber the ethnic Serbian. All the data and facts on the ground suggest that the discriminatory measures is motivated by the Serbian political desire to establish ethnic hegemony within their borders, by claiming to check the validity in the permanent addresses residence of Albanian citizens. Serbian state authorities are effectively deactivating their permanent addresses. In so doing that, they strip them to their basic civil rights of citizenship and turn them into the stateless people. When an Albanian permanent address, resident address is passivized and removed from the civil registry in Serbia, that person has de facto ceased to exist. They cannot renew an expired ID card or passport, register a car, access medical services or social assistance, buy or sell property, or vote in local or general elections. Therefore, the free use of our, and I will as well tell some of the other problems that emerge in these situations that are very much problems with Albanians living here. The free use of our national symbol is still banned by the law due to the legal contradictions. The constitutions allow expression of national identity through the symbols, while the law prohibits symbols which are similar with those of another state. These symbols were allowed for use in the former Social Federal Republic of Yugoslavia during the communist era. In spite of all our efforts, we succeeded to have and managed to have several textbooks from Albania for the first time in Albanian language for primary school, and we have not yet started with the textbooks for the secondary education. One of the biggest problems is recognition of diploma obtained in Kosovo, but also difficult process of nostrification or validation of diplomas obtained in Macedonia and Albania have still remained unresolved problem. And these, as I heard, the previous addresses that can be solved in a Western Balkan mutual agreements. The legal and constitutional framework is not allowing any expansion of national minority rights in the country, but also lack of any political will to implement positive elements on the existing legislation with regards to human and national minority rights. The government of the Republic of Serbia is not showing any political willingness to integrate Albanians from Preševo Valley and to reform its constitutional and legal framework, which would improve the position of minorities in Serbia in general and Albanian minority in South Serbia in particular. Government has not implemented agreements signed with the local Albanians political representatives in 2001, 2009, and 2013. We are hoping that the process of integration of Serbia into the EU would stimulate the government to fulfill European standards with regards to the individual and collective rights of the minority. At the moment, this process unfortunately is not producing any positive and concrete effects. Being excluded, and I must say this, from a dialogue with the government of Serbia and taking into consideration that the number of problems of Albanians in Preševo Valley are related to the context of Kosovo and Serbia negotiation process, we are convinced that the issue of Preševo Valley should be a topic discussed in the table of negotiation on the final binding agreement between these two sides. Inclusion of Preševo Valley topic into the final agreement is a guarantee to achieve the sustainable peace between people of our region. That's why I just wanted to give some kind of circumstances that not only the migration as other parts of Balkan are perceiving in the community of Albanians from Prešov Valley is quite different. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mustafa, for sharing with us some of the challenges of the Albanian community in the Prešov Valley. Now I would like to move on. We have two more speakers in this panel. Our next speaker is Mr. Bernard Zanelli, who is head of research at the Institute for Change and Leadership in Albania. Mr. Zanelli, your experience combines both the academy and some policy programs. And I would like to return our attention to the title of this panel, which is the brain gain. Now, I would like to ask you this question, since you have been in charge of the brain gain program in Albania. How important is to develop, first of all, a good database of the diaspora, and then how important is to reduce all the bureaucratic barriers that were already mentioned earlier today in order to return the highly skilled as well as the other people and invest in their home countries. And now the floor is yours, Mr. Zanelli. Can you unmute your microphone? We cannot hear you.
Okay. Sorry, once again, thank you, Yaton, and thank you to the organizers of the conference and the Parliament of Kosovo for the invitation. The straightforward answer to both of your questions is yes. They are very important. Although I'd like to say that there are different ways to go about it. The challenge that I have seen, especially in developing effective databases related to diaspora, is the issue of the movement that people go through and the changes that they go in their career and in their life, and how much they remain interested in the process. And when it comes to the first issue that you mentioned, that of the obstacle or the barriers, I would like to go back to the discussion that Professor Gil Martin started, that it is actually one of the issues that a country that is considering policies related to development that engages returning migrants or diasporas has to really take into account. You cannot be effective in policies that are open to returning migrants if you do not have good policies that maintain the capacities that you have in the country. And the experience from Albania in the period 2006-2013, when the brain gain process was active, really shows that combining the two, or moving with these two lanes, I would say, can be quite effective. To go further and to build on the discussion that that started with Nora and then with Tanya and the other colleagues, I would say that especially if we look at the issue of gaining from this mass of quality people that are around in the world and that are, seeing new ways to engage and do research, it is important to consider the triangles of policy making. But in this respect, what I would consider a very important triangle is one that combines political will, as it was mentioned in the first panel, and I'd consider it even more important here. One cannot have effective diaspora policies if there is no will that supports that. So the political will, it's quite important in developing such policies. And if this political will can be transboundary, can become a regional political will, this is even better. A second issue that I've noticed, and especially, I mean, I've written about in papers that I analyzed the brain gain process in Albania, is the issue of bipartisan policy making that that takes into consideration that engaging the diaspora is not a gain for one political force or the other, but is a gain for the whole country or further. And by further, what I mean is that, I mean, after I take into account what I did in Kosovo in the period 2002-2005, when a Department of Political Sciences and Public Administration was set up at the University of Pristina, and then the experience in Albania, I would say that two things gain importance. The first is that processes of brain gain or engaging diaspora effectively work well when the fields are specified. As Professor Gilmartin mentioned, for example, when you look at it in the area of research or in the area of business, you cannot do it in all the areas. So you have to really choose which areas you think that are important. And if I bring into discussion what Tanya mentioned, like the issue of youth and employment, maybe these can be two areas that we can find more support and help from our diasporas in the region. The second, and I think I strongly support this based on the experience in Kosovo, is the issue of inviting or opening the process not just to the former nationals of one particular country, but I would say to the whole world. So if you want to develop, open the process, try to bring into the country not only those that left, but also others that might be interested, know the language, know the region, and can bring a lot more into that. The experience of developing the Department of Political Sciences and Public Administration in Pristina, where more than 60% of the teaching staff, including myself, were not from Kosovo, is a really good example that these things can really work. A third issue that I would like to mention is and that is sort of results from this is the making the approach more global in engaging the diaspora. And there is a particular group in Boston that I would like to mention of Albanians there that consider themselves as global Albanians. So these are people that are not looking at just the issues of Albania, but of issues that they can have an impact even further in the region, in Kosovo, or other countries that are open to their skills and their expertise. One other thing that I would like to add is the issue of understanding better, and I'm going back with this yet on to your question of the databases, is to understanding better why these people left when they did. What was the issue that really made them take this particular decision? And in line of the developments that are taking place in the region, especially for the diasporas or what I would consider the junior diasporas, people that left Albania or the region in the 90s or later, I would say that we really have to analyze what made these people leave. In a discussion, for example, I've had with an Albanian scholar in the US, she told me that she left the country initially because she was very afraid of the state matura exams and the horror that surrounded the process. Something that is resonating again in Albania with the issues that we are seeing in the education process right now. So without understanding why people left, without making sure that we are open to change what is going wrong, it is very difficult to make a real and a genuine invitation to the diasporas. The process would not be effective. It will just be a political one that one group or another could use for their political gain. And I'll stop there, and I'll be open for more discussion when we continue.
Thank you so much, Mr. Zanelli, for sharing your experience and expertise on this very important topic, and for highlighting some of the, again, hidden, perhaps, reasons why people leave, and sharing those stories that are also important. And we need to understand all the motives behind this immigration flow. Now, last but not least is Professor Franz Koch from University of Salzburg from Austria. Professor, what kind of approaches should we use in order to mitigate, or rather reverse, the existing trends of immigration in the long run? And a very new and important topic is, how will the economic repercussions caused by COVID-19 coronavirus pandemic impact the development of strategies to respond to migration? The floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much. I would like to refer on, first of all, to 2 points. As you said, the COVID-19 situation in Western Europe at the moment, of course, has dramatic effects on the labor market, and therefore, I suppose, from that impact, of course, the incentives to attract more migrant workers to Germany or to the Western European countries might be limited in the next time. Anyway, this would be an ultimate conclusion, a very short shot, let's say. But I think I would like to continue what my previous speaker has started. I think the key element for any migration or prevention policy against brain drain in the Western Balkan region has to be to find ways to attract the regions for coming back. So, and therefore, I think the way how political processes and political games established in the region actually too much connected to the order culture, like, let's say, of small societies and small political societies and the political elites in the region. And this seems to become a really obstacle for policy innovation. So finally, to bring it to the structure of to the arguments of my input, what's necessary, in my opinion, is to attract the region, is to improve sectoral integration. However, and I would like to connect a little bit to the previous workshop of the morning, however, the actual political situation and moods in EU member countries is at the moment, and what we see is that there's an up and down of that political motivations. I think the regional reintegration of the region has to be the top priority to attract the region again for people coming back, but also to become attractive for EU membership. So this is my central conclusion, and I want to tell you a little bit the way how we came to that. I started about 15 years ago with academic mobility programs addressed to the Western Balkan region, and one of the first wondering experiences from my side was that the isolation of the academic populations in the region already 15 years ago was so intense, so high, that coming to Salzburg for many students and also academic staff became an experience to meet neighborhood. So what Bernhard has told us about the migrant movements in the 90s, around, let's say, the hard time of political transformation and Yugoslavian war, you know, that experience connected many of the young academics and the qualified people to the countries where they were going to. A few of them came back, but they are still missing interaction in the community of the nearer neighborhood, let's say. Based on the experiences with these exchanges, with curriculum developments also at the University of Pristina, Bernhard has mentioned, this was one of our early projects we did from Austrian side. We established finally a joint master program in political science, where 9 universities, 8 of them from the Western Balkans, together give a degree. And this was a rather interesting new element, because preparing for that joint program, we realized that many lecturers teaching the same subject, maybe even having similar or almost similar education from Western European academic degree programs, did not know from each other. So finally, the project development we did from 2015 to 2017 brought colleagues from the same subject together in the neighborhood. This was one of the elements. Now we're teaching and we're running now the 3rd cohort of our master program. We just recruited the 4th one. And what we see is that this is still an important element, and what we did just to encourage people also for not only using the ticket to go abroad, but also to come back with the expertise in integration and governance, is that students after the first year in Salzburg have to go back to the Western Balkan partner universities. They're writing their master theses there. They're getting supervision from Salzburg, from the partner university in the region, and finally, even the defense of their master thesis is hosted by the Western Balkan University. So we saw our responsibility from the beginning, first of all, of building up a laboratory for meeting again, for bringing the neighbors from the region together in Salzburg, and giving them back to their home countries as experts in the field of public administration, international relations, European integration. The interesting element of that game is that, of course, we would definitely benefit from, our alumni definitely would benefit from any regional cooperation and integration. But the other thing is that we could experience that European integration in the Western Balkans in some fields might work already very well. One of the arguments coming out of that is that our program not only followed the national policies of accreditation, but we received a multilateral European accreditation for the project. Meaning that finally the European model of multi-level governance can work also in the Western Balkans. And finally, not only because of these direct observation and experience we made, I think the ways to find regional reintegration and regional sectoral integration has to go through the countries. And when we look at the different initiatives, for example, the Regional Cooperation Council set up, we see that there can be a very intelligent strategy developed to speed up this process of sectoral integration. Of course, higher education is very easygoing. Should be a very easygoing field of integration. It should go on with the labor market liberalization. It should go on with joint standards for the education of experts in different fields. Let's think about conditions for jobs in the public sector. But of course, there are many border crossing activities and services where the Western European countries so much benefited with the internal market. Why not to develop these regional internal markets for the Western Balkan in different fields? And it might be connected also to the Green Deal initiative and fields of this Green Deal money, let's say, also, which will trickle down not only to the Western European countries, but to the Western Balkans as well. We shall hear something about that, I think, in the next meeting. Thinking about strategies, political strategies to support such developments in building up trust to the migrant population, in giving reasons to the young people not to go but to stay, might be first of all a strategy, first of all, identifying fields of sectoral integration. Where are there the opportunities for sectoral integration with the lowest about the potential of conflict? Just as I said before, higher education might be one of them. The infrastructure is there. Well, we find many open-minded people more in the academic milieu maybe than in others. I think it could be interesting to identify the fields where the degree of Europeanization already has a higher level. If we can identify such fields, I think it might be a reason to support that fields to go ahead and to speed up in the integration. Of course, the political scenery in the countries should recognize the fact that the population and demography of the countries is shows us a very young population. So all initiatives that support cleavage buildings and political competition along the needs of the young people should be encouraged. That's a very important thing. More than half of population is younger than 25, I think, in some of the countries. So why not to address political messages to that group? Of course, we have to establish also a kind of culture towards change. And the stabilization argument we heard in one of the previous workshops, of course, is the one that maybe also was supported from outside the region and by EU countries, just under the impression of the Yugoslavian war time, you know. But stability is not the solution for the future, and therefore, of course, the political cleavages, the way how politics should organize in the region, has to recognize that the future needs other answers. So the traditional milieu of elites as taking care on border, of course, they have in mind the war period where the border decision was the issue defining existence or legitimate that. This has to be translated in a strategy for integration. The Balkans and the people who wanna spend their future there need that. There's in the political culture a discussion. There is one very interesting and important author I would like to mention. It is Putnam. He's arguing about the ways how to develop human capital for democracy. And yes, following the Putnam idea, I would say the region needs more bonding initiatives and less border culture. And of course, sectoral integration can be a way to establish that process to spread the experience of benefits resulting from sectoral integration, like in higher education, and I hope we're a good example for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Koch, and thanks again to all the panelists for your presentation, your discussion, for raising such important points and that are related to the issue of migration. If I can summarize some of the key points that were mentioned today before I give the floor to the audience for a question and comments, is that migration is a very timely and important topic, and to engage in this topic, first of all, you have to identify the motives that go beyond the lack of jobs that lead people to migrate. Second point is that you need data, real data, in order to have a clear view of the situation on the field. The third is that you need diaspora policies, and those would rather be a variety of approaches to engage diaspora. Active campaigns are also important in order to attract the investment of diaspora in their home countries, and political will, which is one of the perhaps sometimes first steps in order to contribute and to engage the diaspora in investing in their home countries. So these are some of the main points that that were mentioned here. Of course, there were all other critical issues that were brought to this panel by our presenters. Now I know that the time foreseen in the agenda is up, but I would kindly ask the organizers for another 5 to 10 minutes for discussion, perhaps, and engagement from the audience. Now, I would open now the floor, and if somebody else, either the country delegations or somebody else from the audience have any questions or comments, could you somehow raise your hand, and you will be given the chance to speak. I don't see any signs that somebody would like to make a question or a comment. This is, of course, also the challenge of working through an online webinar. In the chat part, I already see a good sort of sharing of very important research and other materials that were mentioned by some of the panelists. I would simply perhaps just raise a last question, and anybody from the panel who would like to respond to this. That is, how could this COVID-19 pandemic affect existing migration trends in the Balkans, in the Western Balkans? Since now we have two challenges: migration itself and the pandemic, and how do you see that these two will affect one another? Anybody from the panel that would like to answer this question or respond to a comment that was made by somebody else, please feel free. Bernard?
Yeah. I'd like to take the issue of, you know, how, I mean, I see COVID-19 as an interesting challenge in terms of especially engaging the diaspora from where they are and not having them come back in the country. This experience, both in universities and in high schools with the distance learning, has shown that that it can be done. So I don't see, I mean, I see an opportunity rather than a problem with engaging people, especially those that are in the academia, with the universities and the research that is taking place in the region. All you need is a Zoom connection or a Skype, and then you can really start building on that, especially when, as I said, when we have to do with issues of research, as this situation has shown. What is a particular challenge, on the other hand, with the closing of the borders is the issue of refugees and asylum seekers in each of the countries. But this is an issue that we are not really discussing. That is, I mean, what I've noticed, especially in Albania, is that we have people that are trying to pass through the border, several that have remained in Albania, and it has become a strain both on the policy processes, but also on how to deal with them as time passes by. And I'll stop here.
Thank you, Bernard. And Professor Koch, would you like to add something to this?
Yes, I think about the higher education background and the educational experiences now with COVID and e-learning, you're fully right. It's easier we can do it. But what I still see is that the generic motivation also in the higher education milieu to replace, let's say, the far away outside orientation, to add it with a regional motivation to collaborate also in the neighborhood is still weak. So we still need the incentives regarding to COVID-19. I hope that it will be not used as an excuse for strengthening the border philosophy again, you know. Of course, we need checkpoints, but I think not necessarily the border stations need to be the best effective checkpoints to manage COVID-19 infections, you know. I think let's be careful to watch if it might be misused, let's say, as an excuse. Thank you.
We have Nora, Ragmi, and Tanya.
Okay, I'll be very short. Taking into consideration that Kosovo has a high unemployment rate among its youth, and especially now with pandemics, the number of unemployed people have increased. So there is probably like a tendency for these people to seek to migrate in the near future. That's why I think that it is very important for Kosovo and the Western Balkans countries in general to create these occupational lists of professions so they know what their needs are and in what sectors there is a high demand, so they do not risk their own economic development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This pandemic has mostly attacked probably when we talk about migration. You have, I stressed out that with the migration and brain drain, we have only more than the discrimination, given more a tackle to the minorities, and this pandemic has also attacked mostly the communities in minorities that doesn't have the secondary healthcare system. I do want to thank the government of Kosovo who gave €500,000 to the Albanian community in Preševo, Medveđa, because we didn't have those healthcare system to provide with as it should be provided the healthcare. And also I want to stress out that migration to the Albanian community has a tackle to mainly in brain drain, because a lot of people when they go to the study in Europe and get the passivization of addresses is a tackling that they cannot get back and give their give the best of them for the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Chavis.
Thank you very much. Like every crisis, this one also have some elements of being a positive, as Bernard noticed, that could really, really impact the academia and higher education in Western Balkan 6. In terms that not only for the students to stay in our own countries, but also in inviting professors like, I know that Professor Koch is very much involved in working with the Southeast Europe, Western Balkans, but also others to be much more present, which will be extremely valuable for the teaching and training process in the region. But let me also stress one thing that we notice is the fact that a lot of companies are sacking are actually people all around Europe. Mainly they start from this package of the people who are migrants, or gastarbeiters as we know the word. We notice, I am currently in Serbia, but also in Bosnia and Herzegovina, a lot of those people returning to their homes. how to keep them there, how to accommodate their skills that they gain working for the big companies all around of Europe is also one of the trick that it can help to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Last but not least, Professor Gilmartin, did you want to add anything? Or?
I think that point is very important. At least in the short term, COVID-19 will change how we understand mobility, and it will make emigration as a way out of a difficult situation much more difficult, particularly in the context of the EU for people outside the EU. So this is a time when we need to consider the societies that we're creating, not just as societies that are preparing people for emigration, but also societies that are welcoming places for the people who are living and returning.
Thank you, Professor Gilmartin. Thank you, Professor Koch, Ms. Mishevich, Nora, Bernard, and Ragmi. Thank you so much for your time, for your contribution to this very important topic. I think we have already tackled a broad range of aspects that are related to immigration. A lot of good ideas, a lot of good approaches were mentioned today. And I'm very happy that I had the chance to moderate this panel and to learn from each one of you on this very important topic. Lastly, I would like also to congratulate again the Parliament of Kosovo and the team behind organizing this rather not easy online conference. Everything has been working well so far, and I thank them for bringing us together today. This is all on this panel. Thank you again, and I invite everybody else to have a 5-minute break and then return to the last panel of today's conference. Thank you so much, and hope to see you soon.
Thank you, Yeton. Thank you to all of you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nadaapit monas
That works.
Hi, hello.
Vitória, you are going to moderate the session, yes? No?
Yes, I'm going to moderate it. We're encountering a small problem. We're just waiting to go live on the YouTube channel. So as soon as we're live, we'll start. It just
Okay.
1 or 2 minutes, something like that.
Can you tell me how long you would like to have my intervention?
10 minutes.
Okay.
We can make it longer if you want. So don't worry.
I would be fine if there are some questions at the end and so on. So
okay, yeah.
So I suppose this is for everyone, because that was also my question.
Well, we can start initially with 10 minutes, but if you need more, we'll give you more minutes. Don't worry. So
No, I would be happy to have a conversation.
Okay, good.
It looks to me as we are live already.
It says on my screen as well, but the IT is saying that. Are we live? Что? Okay, so it's saying here on the screen, but it's not linking to the YouTube channel. I don't know why. Hmm? So checking in. Okay, I don't know what's the problem. We cannot link to YouTube, but then we can share the video after we've recorded. So we'll start. I don't want to waste some of your time, so let's start. And then if the IT can fix the problem, we will get online. If not, we'll continue like this, so then after we can share it for the audience. Okay, thank you everyone for accepting our invitation to join this webinar. This is our third panel, and we're going to discuss about the Green New Deal, the European Green Deal, in fact. And yeah, when I first invited you to talk to this panel, all of you, we didn't know what would the impact of COVID crisis would be. Now we can say that COVID crisis has affected us quite negatively. But despite its negative effects on people, economy, and finances of every country in the world, it has made it visible the fragility of our health systems and our global economic system, but it has given us one chance to see the advantages of a low carbon lifestyle. It has given us the chance to reimagine our future, to see what we can do in order to improve the lives of citizens, in order to improve our cities and our countries. In 2018, UN Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change reported that we have just 12 years to make massive and unprecedented changes to global energy infrastructure to limit global warming to moderate levels. They told us that we only have two alternatives. We either invest now to clamp down on greenhouse gases, or we pay down the line through property damage and lost lives. According to the scientists, we need to act now, and in order to tackle climate change, we need to tackle the root cause of the growing toxic emissions. Thus, we need to move from individual and community action towards a more radical system change. According to the author of the book, The Case for the Green New Deal, and Petifa, the Green New Deal is not an idea nor a proposal, but a comprehensive plan for stemming the breakdown of Earth's support system. It has been described as far more ambitious than the Roosevelt's 1930s New Deal, which transformed the global economy almost overnight by implementing revolutionary Keynesian monetary policies. And as such, it demands structural, governmental, and intergovernmental changes in our approach to the financialized, globalized economy and ecosystems. In the same line, Naomi Klein, in her book On Fire, states that responding to climate change, it requires that we break every rule in a free market book, and that we do so by great urgency, by which it means that we will need to rebuild the public sphere, reverse privatization, relocalize large parts of economies, scale back over consumption, bring back long-term planning heavily, and heavily regulate tax corporation. Maybe even, as she states, renationalize some of the industries that have privatized for different countries. So what rules do we have to break in order to respond to the climate change? I mean, to talk about this, we've invited Thomas Waits, a member of the European Parliament, group of the Greens European Free Alliance, Victor Berisha, Energy Policy Coordinator for Southeast Europe at Climate Action Network, Ulrich Eichelmann, I'm sorry if I don't pronounce it correctly, from River Watch, EU in Vienna, Simon Ilse, Heinrich Paul Stiftung, Head of Office in Belgrade, and Rinora Goiane, Balkan Green Foundation, Pristina. So let us start with you, Thomas. We want you to tell us more about the Green Deal, the European Green Deal. This has been a very hot topic in Europe. It has also been a hot topic in US and UK, but here in the Western Balkans and in Southeast Europe, it has not been such a big discussion. I mean, our societies have started to discuss about it. There is some awareness about it, but there has been the level of discussion as it has occurred in US, UK, and Europe. Our audience might be curious to know what's the difference between the Green Deals. There is the US Green New Deal, the UK Green New Deal, and the European Green Deal. And there is also a global Green New Deal. What is noticeable is that EU has chosen to drop the word new. It would be interesting if you explain it to us. Is it simply a question of style, or is there something more substantial behind it? And if you can tell us how different is EU Green Deal compared to US and UK Green New Deals? And what does it say about distribution, ownership, and social protection? Thank you, Thomas. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Vittore, for this invitation. First of all, I'm broadcasting right from the European Parliament. We're having extensive voting sessions today. And so this is one of the advantages of this new technology, that I could accept your invitation, even though I wouldn't be able to attend in person due to my obligations in the Parliament. Second of all, I maybe start with a question which made me smile. You asked, why didn't we actually call it a new Green Deal or Green New Deal? You know, this is a reference to the New Deal of the 30s in US. And, you know, this also contained things like a property tax or wealth tax up to 80%, income taxes for the highest incomes up to 90%. So I think this is something big parts of the European political sphere didn't want to kind of touch. Yeah? But still there's this reference to the New Deal in terms of that we're realizing that, and I would say this has a broad majority meanwhile here in the European Parliament and also within governments, that there is at least the acceptance of the reality that if we're not substantially interfering, changing a lot of things, directly environmental policy, industrial policy, but also transportation and energy policy, the way we produce our energy, we will face, or we already face, a substantial climate crisis, which will endanger basically our societies, the way our societies function today, and also endanger the way we drive economy, and also endanger then at the end of the day the wealth of the wealthy ones. So this was the driving moment for the Commission also to propose a Green Deal. I would say it was also due to the election results across Europe, especially in the former Western European states. You know, I mean, to bring it down, to boil it down to a very clear point, if German conservatives once face polls where they see the Greens taking over the first place in the poll, which could actually lead to the Greens taking over the government in Germany, that was something German Greens were strong on. They were alerting the conservatives here very much. And I must say, we find ourselves now in the European Parliament standing next to the Commission President Ursula von der Leyen, who is a German conservative, in trying to defend at least the proposals which are on the table. And to be clear, the proposals don't go far enough for us, even though they're the most ambitious ones that at least I know about globally. And we still think we can increase our activity. We can we have criticism in terms of a lack of concrete goals for the years 2030, 2040, that is left open. So there would be a lot to actually a lot of proposals to make that Green Deal a better proposal than it is now. But under the current COVID situation, and you referred to that already, there's a huge push here in the European Parliament from, I would say, the fossil industry, the chemical industry, the agro-business industry, to actually get rid of all the green policies that have been proposed by the Commission. And so we find ourselves actually as Greens not criticizing the Commission as we usually do very often, but actually defending at least the proposals which are on the table together with the Commission. But the main differences are that the amount of ambition and also the amount of clearness in concrete proposals, how climate neutrality towards 2050 could be actually reached in practice. What maybe also differs from other plans of governments is that the amount of money that is put on the table differs a lot in substance. So the European Union has decided to substantially invest into the transformation of our economy. It has still not changed the general economic model that we have based on growth and so on. And I don't want to open that debate because within the Green Deal, there is a lot of room to maneuver within our current market-driven systems that we have in terms of investing into, first of all, a transition in energy production, which is, I would say, of the most crucial importance to reach climate neutrality, to actually replace fossil fuels in whichever form, whether it's coal, gas, or oil, to replace them with renewable energy as fast and as much as possible. And also there, I may use a second to point out on also, let's say, unsolved or unclarified questions. You will also find in the proposals mentions of carbon capture and storage, CCS, which is a technology where I have my doubts whether we should put our citizens at that risk. And also the question of nuclear is not solved at all, also not in the Green Deal. It's not exactly mentioned as an environmental viable form of CO2 free. It's not CO2 free, but let's say as a low CO2 technology. So it's not mentioned as such, but it's also not excluded as such. And this has to do with the fact that some some EU member states actually rely heavily on nuclear. I want to mention Czech Republic here and France. So they were reluctant to actually go a clear path here. And so this could be actually, or this is one of the key points of our debate that we have here in the Parliament. When it comes concretely to what is in it for Western Balkans, which I expected the question to be is there. We have to separate two things. There was the, like, let's say, emergency reaction of the European Union, and to be frank, it could have been a bit faster, but still in the Zagreb summit, the European Union presented a comprehensive package to support the Balkan 6 countries in that COVID crisis. And there it comes sure to all the questions around healthcare system and providing the needed medical supply. But it also comes to economical recovery. And there, again, we have to ask ourselves, where is that money actually going? And is that money fueling the needed transition towards public transportation, towards renewable energy production, towards insulation offensive or so? Or are we actually keeping alive companies that I would say belong to the last century of energy production or production as such with high CO2 emissions? I would say a big part of this support package are loans. So we have to be very aware that we're actually burdening future generations. And you in your Balkan 6 countries, when you accept these loans, as an example from the European Investment Bank, well, even if they are for a very low interest rate, that money has to be paid back by future generations. So investing that money always should go along the question whether it serves future generations in their possibilities and in their outlook, or if it doesn't. I don't know, I'm not going to go too concretely in those numbers, because I think more interesting is the future outlook, which is the economy and the investment plan. And for the economy and investment plan, we gathered as many informations as we could, because the plan will only be presented in autumn to us here in the parliament. Up to then, it's up to negotiations, which also depend a lot on the MFF. So this is the multi-annual financial framework. So the EU budget, to cut it easy. These negotiations are going on exactly today. How the future EU budget will look like, and how actually we will finance all of this, what we announced up to now. Because listening to the announcements of Commissioner President von der Leyen sounds fantastic, but there is still no budget for that. So and as long as we don't know where the money is going to be taken from and how we're going to refinance that, as long as this is not clarified, all the announcements also towards the Western Balkans are not more than announcements. But still, the announcements on the table are aiming on a long-term recovery. And again, long-term recovery in the light of a climate crisis can only be a recovery that respects the green boundaries of the planet and respects the lines that are given by the Paris Agreement or of the Green Deal, if you want so, the European one. And sure, it's also, again, facing to foster economic growth. And you can start the debate whether wealthy countries still really need growth on a yearly basis. But I'm sure Balkan 6 countries deserve to have some growth to get more citizens out of poverty and to rebuild and build your countries. So growth is okay in that term. For the pre-accession 3 package, the Commission announced again 14.5 billion euros, which sounds great, but I must say it's exactly the same number as we had it already, and it didn't serve the purpose completely. We would have needed a higher budget already, but at least the promise is there to shift the priorities in which accession countries this money is going to be invested, and there the promise is to actually double the amount within that package that should be allocated for the Balkan 6 countries, which I think is an encouraging sign, which we welcome a lot. Big parts of these supports will also go into guarantees, investment guarantees. And there, I think this is a double-fold approach. I think it's perfectly right that we see an urgent need from the Balkan 6 countries for foreign investment into economy, into the transition of the energy sector, especially, but also transportation, but also energy sector, not only in terms of production of energy, but also like the grid systems within the region. because the linking the grid systems and linking the electric systems to each other are key for the production of renewable energies. And the focus on transportation. I think this is an absolute need in the region. I'm a dedicated train rider, so I constantly take night trains, if there are some, or day trains between Austria and Brussels and across Europe. But in the Balkans, it has become quite hard to get anywhere by trains if you even have some. Yeah? So I think public transport, that focus is perfectly welcome for us, and also like the focus on energy I already mentioned. Also infrastructure projects, but again, there we have to look at what kind of infrastructure projects and are they really serving the future outlooks of future generations. Young people are also in the focus. I mean, what else? Just look at the demographic situation in the Balkan 6 countries. And also education, health, social protection and inclusion. And just one word, just look at the numbers, compare the numbers of infections of COVID-19 and the amount of people that have died from COVID-19. And you will see the countries that have a well-funded public healthcare system, not market-driven, public healthcare system, and also care system for elderly people. This is the countries where the death rate is lowest. Just to pass that message, but this is not actually the topic of our conversation now. Maybe a last quote directly from the Commission. The quote says, and when it was announced, they said, green transition and the digital transformation will play a central role in relaunching and modernizing the economies of the Western Balkans. Investing in clean and digital technologies and capacities together with circular economy will create jobs and growth. I just want to remind all of you in your countries, don't forget your regional value chain. It's great to have investments from foreign companies, but really, I mean, most delivering for these countries and for your countries is your local value chain. So I'm talking about solar energy on every single south roof of your houses in your countries, which serves jobs in your countries, even if the solar power panels come from abroad. Also heating, cooling with solar energy, insulation offensive, which is also something the Commission proposes in the Green Deal, because this does not only reduce our energy consumption and increase the quality of our life, it also creates a lot of jobs, which we all urgently need after the turn down of economy that we see now. We will even have in the European Union a recession between 7 and 10%, which is quite outrageous for the European Union. And I know that in your countries, the problems are comparable. So don't overlook that, that potential that you have. And maybe a last word on the energy production. And I will just mention it with 1 or 2 sentences because we have a common battle there, but I see Ulrich Eichelmann here, so I will leave that to him then. If we look into investments into energy productions, we have to be very critical of small power plants, hydropower plants, planned across the Balkans. Due to climate change, water amounts are decreasing. In many cases, I personally witnessed the rules that are applied on paper are not applied in nature. This is a huge destruction going on. I don't want to rule out hydro energy completely, but I would be very, very skeptical with every single project and see if the environmental assessment and the assessment of the regional impact is really worth the investments. I know that a lot of also Western European companies are very keen on putting a lot of concrete in the Balkan 6 countries, but I would recommend to be very, very critical here. And the last sentence, also monopolization and the question of really having fair and free markets is also crucial for these investments. You need competition also on the market for wind power, also on the market for solar power. We see tendencies in some of your countries of a monopolization of these business sectors, which concern us a lot here in Brussels, because that would actually fire back on the prices for customers, but also on the overall development of your economies. And this is very much linked also to the ability to push through the rule of law that actually yes, the documents that show the regulations are really then also put in place when you build something. I will stop here, otherwise it gets too long. I hope I countered your question enough, Vittore, and this was my first input.
Thank you, Thomas. You've mentioned quite a lot of things. Transport, it is a must that we should invest as quick as we can in order to provide public transport, to link the cities with the efficient public transport, and also to link countries in the Western Balkans. We do travel everywhere by cars, and there is, when you mentioned infrastructure projects, I agree completely with you that we have to see what infrastructure projects we push for or we pay for, because in Kosovo, for example, we have built so many highways that today, if you go there, you can just get your car and try for the first time how to drive the car in the highway, because there are no cars over there, because people do not travel that much between the cities, let's say, but they still do use the local roads, but the cement and everything that has been put there, and the lands that we can build, we can how to say, grow vegetables, grain and corn, have been transferred into how to say, highways. So the land has been converted into building land. So in somehow we're losing our land. We're not investing in trains. We're not investing in buses, and that is what I see, that it is the most important, and it is also the quickest way to reduce the CO2 emission, especially in Kosovo. We've seen during COVID, when we were locked down, we didn't use our cars. We walked, and also we used bikes. The Pristina got a new color. So Pristina got more colors, because generally it looks gray and full of smoke that comes from the cars. Investing a lot in transport public, it makes a difference here in Kosovo. Whereas, yes, we have to deal also with energy, especially, and also with home installations, and with solar panels and all these projects. And yeah, so there are lots of issues that are important for the Western Balkans, and people do not really yet here understand very well what this green policies that EU is pushing forward mean, and how they will change their lives, or how they will change the way we work and the way we live here. So, and I would like Victor to get the floor now and to explain us more about the green agenda for the Western Balkans. I know that the organization that Victor works for, Climate Action Network, has directly been involved in talks about the green agenda for the Western Balkans. And yeah, what is green agenda? And yeah, I'm doing these questions because it is important to make it as clear as possible for the public here in Kosovo, and also in other parts of the region, in Bosnia, Macedonia, Montenegro, and other countries as well. So is it part of the Green New Deal, or are there two separate agendas? Does it contain the similar scale, ambitions, commitment, and targets? And who will finance it? Do we know yet? Because Thomas talked about the finances and covered it a little bit. But I would like to hear from you, Victor. And of course, you can also cover the main question, because I'm adding some questions in order to direct a bit the debate, and also to make it more simple and more understandable for people who have not heard before about for this green agenda, or for the Green Deal, European Green Deal. But of course, you can go to the main question and add something to that as well. Victor, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ms. Pazzoli, for inviting me, and I'm happy to be with all of you today. Well, from the main question, what is it in the Western Balkans and what the EU Green Deal actually means for the Western Balkans? Let's hope that it is swift phase out of towards sustainable energy transition in the Western Balkans. Now you are rightful to ask about, because there is a mention and talk regarding the green agenda for the Western Balkans and how does it relate to the EU Green Deal. The councils of ministers last year in Podgorica actually agreed on paving green transition towards green energy transition, and this debate picked up very much soon after, also at the Western Balkan Summit in Poland, and in the last time we've heard the kind of officiate this this initiative was at the communication of the European Green Deal in December of the last year, where a specific target or partner into implementation of the European Green Deal is actually cooperation with the Western Balkans and delivering the green agenda of the Western Balkans. This has been also prompted and promoted by the Commissioner Simon on many occasions until now, and it was supposed to be delivered at the EU Western Balkan Summit in Zagreb, but due to the COVID circumstances, etc., this agenda is being postponed for the later in the fall. But we have been in talks and in consultation with the European Commission on what actually this green agenda for the Western Balkan is, and we've come to understanding that it is revolved around 5 key pillars. It is the decarbonization of the economies, the circular economy, pollution, sustainable farming, as well as the biodiversity. Now, we understand that the green agenda for the Western Balkans should be the same thing, the tool that European Green Deal means for the EU. So the green agenda for the Western Balkans is the same agenda as the Euro Green Deal. Rinora is with us today on the call. She's one of the organizations who have reached out to the Commission and sent our comments on what this green agenda for the Western Balkan is. And actually, one of the key demands and how we see it very much is to have the swift transition of the energy and have a pinpointed result, which is actually decarbonization of the economies of the Western Balkans. Why? The Western Balkan countries, all of them have signed the Stabilization Association Agreement. They intend to be part of the European Union. And as members of the European Union, they need to work on the decarbonization of their economies, as we see that something that the European Union is working on by introduction of the climate law. So it will become mandatory for all the member states until 2050 to have to be carbon neutral. And it is a long way to actually achieve this, and we have to start from now, especially taking into account that the most carbon intensive industry in the Western Balkans is actually the energy sector. So we have to work on very much on transformation of the energy sector, but definitely taking into account all the points that you have made, Vittoria, earlier, and Mr. Weitz as well, of diversing also the transport, etc. Key. We have to understand for the broader public, also in the EU, whoever is watching us, our neighbors EU neighbors from Southeast Europe, and as well as the region itself. The Western Balkan countries is one of the main sources of air pollution when it comes from the energy sector. In a study published by our organization with our partners, HEAL, Bankwatch, Sandbag, and European Coal Campaign, we have put out data which show us that the emissions from the coal power plants in the Western Balkans are higher, from the 16 existing coal power plants are higher than 250 coal power plants combined in the European Union. This is a tremendous number, and we have to understand it, that this is a serious problem, and we have to address it swiftly. So the green agenda for the Western Balkans, as we see it, should serve to actually complement the work that is ongoing right now. The Western Balkan countries are signatory parties of the Energy Community Treaty, and as such have a legal obligation towards transposition of certain directives which relate to the energy transmission, interconnectivity, energy efficiency, climate, environment chapters, etc. So we already have been working in that direction of actually streamlining the ambition and the work related to the climate challenges that the Western Balkan aim. We have to mention it. Why do we have the European Green Deal, also the Green Agenda for Western Balkans, and other green deals from all over the world that you've mentioned at the beginning, Fittore? It is that we are in serious trouble. We have to actually act swiftly and take upon our commitments towards the Paris Agreement and limit the emission of the greenhouse emissions, and limit the temperature rise to 1.5 degrees. So this is all that we are talking about. In normal circumstances, the transition towards more efficient economy and efficient way of production would come normally, but we do not have time. So we either have to act now so we can have results in 20 to 30 years. So this is very much important, why the policymaking in the Western Balkans have to start right now streamlining even further with the EU ambition on climate-related topics. As one part of the accession negotiation to the Energy Community Treaty, so we are part of the trying to build a pan-European energy market. And definitely what is very much important, what this should mean is to actually work on the connectivity between the countries themselves and reliability of the countries on one another to actually have a faster deployment of renewable energy sources into the energy mix. Most of the coal power plants in the Western Balkans are actually outdated. We have movements in this direction towards some kind of decarbonization, or actually moving away from fossil fuel. Just let me give a short overview of how much coal, actually lignite in the Western Balkan, is part of the energy mix. Starting from North Macedonia and Montenegro is about 5%, in Serbia and in Bosnia and Herzegovina is about 70% and in Kosovo it's staggering 96% of coal into the final consumption of the energy mix. So it is definitely imperative that we move away from coal and have more reliable sources of generation of electricity. Something has happened in the recent years that support the claim that we definitely, apart from the environmental and health reasons to move away, actually the economic reasons are now becoming more and more important for all of this. The World Bank 2 years ago has dropped its involvement into Kosovo Array power plant in Kosovo with the main reason, simple, one sentence: it is not anymore economically viable option, and that's it. And we should look at it from that perspective. The contract which was signed in Kosovo, etc., would have put in debt the people of Kosovo for the next 20 years, and by violating huge public money spending, subsidies, violation, competition, etc. These are all details which all of the Western Balkan countries actually make it possible that the fossil fuel industry is still alive. It is because of the public finances and how the public money is actually spent to support the fossil fuel industry. This is supported by the Energy Community report from the last year, saying that staggering 2 billion direct subsidies, 2 billion euros, go on yearly basis to the coal power plants. I mean, all coal-related work in the Western Balkans. Imagine if that money would have been spent towards more sustainable energy sources. What can drive all of this actually is cutting off the finances and actually working on introduction of carbon pricing mechanisms in order to understand that the polluters have to pay for all the emissions that they put up. The European Union works the same way by introduction of the ETS, and other countries have other carbon pricing mechanisms on top of this. And this something lacks in the Western Balkans. Related to the European Green Deal, in the communication, and it was said that the carbon border adjustment is one of the tools that the European Union is willing to actually implement if the other country towards other countries. What does that mean? That means that any kind of products that come from carbon intensive industries cannot be sold or will be highly taxed at the European Union, whether it is products, services, or electricity itself. So it is very much important to streamline the current policies that are actually happening. So I see the Green Agenda for the Western Balkans as something which is bringing all the policies together. Right now, the Western Balkans are at the point where they are drawing their national energy and climate plans. They are doing the revision of their NDCs, and they are drafting their new energy and long-term strategies, which is very important to actually streamline all the ambitions, all the documents, all the policy framework to make this transition work. We have positive news, and I want to put out as one of the positive examples from the region, and that is the North Macedonia, who a few months ago have adopted their energy strategy until 2040, and it is the first country in the Western Balkans that actually might phase out coal by 2030. So this is an example to be followed. Other positive examples is that we have dropped three countries have dropped out from building new coal power plant. One is North Macedonia, the other one is Montenegro with dropping out Pljevlja 2, and Kosova Ere is now seems dead. And focus is shifting now towards two other countries, which is Bosnia and Herzegovina and Serbia. I will not go anymore into details with all of this and leave a little bit room of maneuvering, but very important. And what Tomasz said at the beginning is that the reaction of the EU towards the Western Balkans with help swift, telling the region that they're there together, must be always very much vocal, because it leaves room for other stakeholders to actually engage into shaping the policies of the Western Balkans. Primarily, we talk about there are two countries who are building new coal power plants, Bosnia and Herzegovina and Serbia, and these plans are driven by the Chinese investments. So we have, on one hand, European Union, Western Balkan countries who aim to streamline their policies with the EU. On the other hand, foreign investments outside of the European continent might divert all of this. So this is a very important moment. Who will finance it? I am not sure. I am very happy that Tomasz mentioned the economic and investment plan, and I'm looking very much forward to understand it even further, and actually I see this one as a very important tool towards achieving this plan. I would call on Tomasz, and having an opportunity to do a little bit of advocacy here, to call on the civil society and ask civil society what they mean, what they think that this economic plan should look like, and reach out to the Commission together on how this energy transition in the Western Balkans should focus, should happen, should shift, etc. I am very much happy in the end that the talks regarding the just transition are also happening in the Western Balkans. Few days ago, the European Commission published a tender for creation of coal regions in transition platform for the Western Balkans and Ukraine. This is within the Energy Community Treaty. So a lot of things are happening, a lot of policies are happening. It's time to divert them all into the same direction under one roof. I hope that the green agenda for the Western Balkans will take all of these into account as together with the European Green Deal and actually make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor. You just mentioned the new investments that are being done in the Western Balkans from other external actors, let's say Russia and China. And that brings us to how can you decarbonize the Western Balkans while you EU failed to democratize it? So we are moving towards autocracy in order to become, instead of becoming consolidated democracies. So that would be difficult, because states in the Western Balkans, such as they are right now, if they don't move towards European integration, if they don't have an offer from the EU, a clear offer, because we got a new methodology and we discussed it earlier today as well, it seems that the Western Balkans are still going to stay here where they are. They're not going to move towards European integration soon, and this is going to make it a bit harder for the green agenda to be implemented in the Western Balkans. And I want Simon to help us in here, because I've seen that Simon has also dealt with democracy, and I would like Simon to tell us, do you think that European Union can help Kosovo and the rest of the Western Balkan countries and other, including Turkey as well, because I keep forgetting Turkey? Can they help us decarbonize while they are not having any success in democratizing us? Because we've seen that Serbia and Montenegro have backslided quite a lot. They are now considered hybrid regimes, so they're not moving towards democracy, but they are going backwards. How do you think we can move forward? Because in our region, we're not just facing the economic problem or environmental problem or social problems. We're facing democratic backsliding. We're facing authoritarianism that is on the rise. And now we can see that geopolitics is returning in the region. So would EU be able to help the region pursue the green agenda in such a situation? Can EU decarbonize the region without first democratizing it? What do you think? Can you contribute on that, Simon?
Yes, I hope so. Thank you very much, Vittorio, also for inviting me. A pleasure to be here with such distinguished guests. And I feel from the former interventions, actually, it seems like we all agree. I completely agree with all the points that were raised, very important points. We also seem to share and read the same or similar reports. So I think maybe it would be also a good idea for this panel to shift the discussion a little bit to how we can actually adapt these policies more to the context that we talk about, and create maybe more demand for these policies. In the end, Vittorio also mentioned it. Most of the people, most of the populations here in the Western Balkan, 6 countries, don't really feel that there's the same momentum as we have the feeling maybe when we are in Brussels or in Berlin for green policies, and equally it's true for maybe the opportunities that it brings, which I wanted to talk about. But to come back to your question quickly, Fedora, I mean, I think first of all, I mean, I completely understand your point that it's very important for the European Union to keep a perspective and to keep a credible offer. And that is at times problematic. But I still think that, and deeply believe that the societies of the Western Balkans have to democratize themselves, and they have to decarbonize themselves. It's not the EU that will democratize them, or it's not the EU that will decarbonize them. I hope, however, though, of course, that the EU can play a role in this and can contribute to it through programs, through for example, my foundation's work based in Belgrade, but covering Kosovo, Montenegro, and Serbia from here, and trying to work with civil society and different citizen initiatives to actually bring to the forefront these policies. And I think it's it's in the end very important that EU aid and these huge financial packages that are being drawn up right now are highly conditioned, and they're conditioned in the right way, in the direction that we're talking about. And that's also what I wanted to raise. Basically, we're talking about 3.3 billion that was pledged for the Western Balkans as a response to the COVID crisis. There's also IPA funding coming up in the new MFF that Thomas mentioned, expected around 15 billion over the next 6-7 years. That is a lot of money, and that is a lot of investment, and I think we have to make sure, and it's very crucial to really condition and direct these packages towards modernizing energy systems, minimize pollution, and reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. That, of course, is a big role of the EU and its institutions like the European Investment Bank and so on. Just to underline again this problem of the air pollution. I mean, we have really basically an exceedance of the daily limit of PM10 and PM2.5 small pollutants between 120 and 180 days a year in most of the bigger Western Balkan cities, in the bigger conglomerates. And that means that almost every second day there's high concentration of these pollutants that are highly dangerous for the human health, and that is also here. I think that the calculation ones can actually contribute to 4 to 19% of premature death in selected Western Balkan cities. So this is a huge problem. And when you ask what is this air pollution coming from, and I think this is what we need to talk about, and this is what we really need to discuss here, is like, how do you own, or how do you win the discourse over these questions? And that is definitely not so easy, because if you would ask most governments here, they would say, oh, it's the transport, it's the old cars and so on, but it's actually the coal. It's the coal-fired power plants, and it's the small heating devices in most households. And so there is a big win-win opportunity here to modernize these systems, to phase out coal, to modernize actually the energy economy, and to alleviate also energy poverty to a certain extent, which is a topic that is always a bit under the radar, but we believe it's very important, and these topics are all very interrelated. So. So the just transition was mentioned for the Green New Deal. I strongly believe, and I think we with the Greens in Germany, but also in all over the EU, we have really made the experience over the last 30-40 years that this whole green wave and transition can only be a successful one if you solve the social question behind it. You know, if an energy transition comes with a just transition, and if you put in place the fiscal incentives the progressive taxes and investment vehicles, so that energy poor households, meaning households that spend up to 12%, for example, in the Western Balkans on energy, that they have the means to actually make ends meet, and actually save some of their few household money by better energy efficient households or heating devices, and are being less exposed to internal pollution. Then my other point, but it was already largely covered, is really coal is simply not economically viable anymore. Victor said it before, and mentioned also the state aid numbers, and also the progress of North Macedonia and also Montenegro, which actually introduced a carbon price, which is really the right way to go. So there's not a lack really of positive examples. It just really needs to multiply, and there needs to be this demand really from the people for these policies. Then I think, especially in Kosovo, there's a huge focus and maybe obsession with energy security. And I mean, I can totally understand where it comes from and why it is, but it's simply not, I think, the right strategy to go. To make it very, to put it very bluntly, I think just each country is too small to really provide for its energy security itself. So the way to go is really what we talk about, a pan-European, being connected to an energy union, and also starting first maybe with being more interdependent and interconnected in the region itself. And there's also a good example, or let's say positive news for that. Kosovo was recently, COST, the network grid provider of Kosovo, was recently accepted to ENSO, the European Network of Transmission System Operators, something that was all the time being, let's say, sabotaged by Serbia and so on. So I'm very glad that this finally happened. That means that Kosovo can actually use the interconnector to Albania and tap into this potential of large hydro that Albania has, and actually develop some kind of a complementarity between these two countries. So these, there's lots of details, of course, to be discussed, but these are the general trends that go a bit in the right direction. And then, yes, we have, of course, a crucial role for parliaments. I think it's also important to mention that, because we are here at a parliamentary assembly of the region, and that's why I'm very glad that you put this important topic on the agenda, because parliaments are, at the end of the day, the actors that are in charge legislatively, should be more in charge than they are, of course, but they have an essential role to play in designing these public policies, making them work, and making them work in the right way. So, so what's in it for the Western Balkans? That was maybe the outline question. I think a lot of opportunities. Climate change mitigation goes hand in hand with economic development, and now with economic recovery after COVID. There's an immense potential in the Western Balkans from agricultural biomass. So there is mostly, basically meaning post-harvest plant residue or food processing residue, mostly from wheat and corn, that can be used. There's large chunks of abandoned land, actually in the whole region, it's 1 million hectare unutilized land. There's 8 million hectares of agricultural land in the Western Balkans. These are huge numbers, and of course this has to be designed in the right way. But the biomass production potential for this agricultural economies are very important. Then there's also another potential for energy cooperatives that might still be very small scale, but we have also a few first examples. The first one was 5 years ago on Krk, on the Croatian island of Krk. And now we have the first energy cooperative in Belgrade, also on Šabac. I'm not so sure yet about the other countries, but I'm happy to learn about them. But this is basically examples where really citizens come together and they say, why should we always get these high bills from apps or in Serbia or other energy providers, state-owned, and why don't we get together and build our own PV panels on our south-oriented roofs and own the whole thing together. And that is already, that's what made the difference in Germany at the time, and that seems to be also working here. But of course, for that you need also the legislative framework that is more, let's say, beneficial to that kind of practice. Last but not least, to come back to your question, what can Europe do? I think another thing the European Union can do with these recovery packages is really to establish robust financial guarantee mechanisms. The risk to invest in renewables in the Western Balkans today is just too high because of all the things we know, lack of rule of law, lack of stability in terms of politics and so on. So if we can create some kind of, green corridors, let's say, for energy, or financial guarantee instruments and mechanisms that de-risk investments in renewables here, that could really make a difference. And I'm sure a lot of the European actors and embassies on the ground would be motivated to go that way. So thanks a lot. I'm happy to join the discussion.
Thank you, Simon. As you brought in so many things, and let me move towards Thomas mentioned hydropower dams, and Ulrich has also visited Kosovo and has seen from close what has happened in Štrpce with hydropower plants. But we have to remember one thing, that these hydropower plants in Kosovo and throughout the region have been built on the name of green energy. So they have been sold here in Kosovo on the name of producing green energy. So then people started to think, how green are these green projects that are being implemented in Kosovo by foreign companies and in other countries, and how do we deal with that? Now in Kosovo, we're dealing with lots of hydropower plants, and I want representatives from other countries in the region to maybe get engaged later after, when we open for questions and comments, tell us about their own countries, because we do have, and I want Ulrich to talk more on this, about the hydropower dams and how do we deal with them, because in the new election, when we had elections on the 6th of October 2019, a new political party, the biggest opposition party in the country, won elections for the first time, and that was Vetëvendosje, Divizia Vetëvendosje, or Self-Determination Movement. And it was at that time, and it still is, the only political party that has it in its political program, the package for environmental protection. And we did mention the hydropower plants, and we said that we have to find a way how to how to deal with them. For example, how can we stop the projects that are being built right now, and how can we dismantle some of them that have already been built and they have destroyed by now the rivers where they have been installed, and also destroyed the economy of the communities living there. So how are there any examples that we can get from European countries or from somewhere in the world, how to deal with hydropower plants, how to make them, how to push for green policies, not those that are hiding behind the green word, but instead are destroying our rivers and water and are destroying our societies. Thanks a lot. Ulrich, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Vittore. Hello from Vienna. I'm sitting here in Vienna. Just for me, it's I'm working for 30 years now in NGO business. The entire period on river protection, entire period against dams, whether that was Turkey or Europe, or now since 2012 I'm coordinating this campaign that's called Save the Blue Heart of Europe. That's covering actually all the Balkan countries, including the EU member states. And you know what I saw and heard so far is actually a mirror of what is happening everywhere, what the attitude is towards nature. Actually, you were talking about climate change, and what is happening. I can oversee the last 30 years easily. That in the name of fighting global warming, nature has been destroyed to a dimension that it has never ever seen before. And hydro was playing a crucial role in this. And Simon was mentioning biogas. I'm from Germany. Biogas based on corn has destroyed so much and delivered so little to the energy mix. That's incredible. The same with wood chips and all that. Thomas knows more about it. You know, we are funding the destruction of nature in the name of fighting global warming. That is just rubbish. And that's also in our community's brain somehow. And I see it again in this discussion. It was once mentioned nature, and the rest was fighting global warming, you know? And that is the good thing about the Green Deal. The good thing is that it has two pillars. It's fight global warming, neutrality until 2050, but then this big package of nature recovery. And that is new for me. And that from the von der Leyen administration, I've never seen it before, putting it on the priority list so high. You know, when Juncker was there, that was the opposite, I would say. Yeah, it was more just growth in the old style. So just to give you a few, maybe you all know this, but I mean, they say until 2030, you have to increase your protected areas to 30%, whether that is marine or terrestrial area. Then there is the restoration package. They want to plant 3 billion trees and restore, this is more coming to the issue, 25,000 kilometers of rivers. And the last figures don't make sense, the 3 million or billion trees, when you keep on cutting the woods. That doesn't make sense. The same with the rivers. In the Balkans alone, there's more than 3,000 new hydropower projects. 3,000. Literally every single stream. I think there's not a single river in whole Balkans where the hydro lobby is not on it, and the financial lobby and the construction lobby. Right now with COVID, actually it's the worst. Well, people think, you know, watching the dolphins in, I don't know, Venice or the Bosporus, think it's great for nature. Actually, it's the opposite. I also saw that in Stripse, in the Shan National Park. The construction is going on. We have the construction starting in Bosnia in many places where people are not allowed to protest, are not allowed to go out. And this is all, when you ask them whether this is the energy, the environmental ministers like Bledi Klosi in Albania, the Serbian one, you can ask them, it's all green energy. You know, we're doing it for the good. And this is so contradicting because it's so fast delivering or so strongly delivering to the end of the biodiversity. Just one example, few numbers in the Balkans alone, the dams will bring 50 fish species to extinction. That equals 10% of all European freshwater fish species. And we are about to go public with a new study. We have assessed all the dams in the Mediterranean basin, including the Balkans. There's 200 fish species that will go globally extinct if the dams that are planned will become reality. So this is the problem we are facing. On the one hand, it has the attitude, oh, hydro is green. And sometimes I have the feeling that even in our communities, people think whatever does not emit CO2 is good, which is completely rubbish. It's wrong. You know, we have the two objectives. It's stop global warming and stop biodiversity loss. And I do see, you know, with all the skepticism that is natural, in the Green Deal, some aspects that are really going towards this. For the first time, they see it as a big problem, the two pillars here, and they have kind of strategy towards it, even if it's not enough, as Thomas said. But I would be in the same position that he said earlier. I find myself suddenly in the position of defending the Commission's position. That's really weird. I don't know. I mean, I do remember when the Flora Fauna Habitat Directive came in place in '92, and the Water Framework Directive. By then I was with WWF, and by then we thought, this is it. This is the solution. We'll never have to fight again because the non-deterioration clause in the Water Framework Directive. And, oh, wow, we thought this is wow. And again, we think now, wow, but it, as you know, with all the other directives, it wasn't that great. You know, it's like a step up, step down situation. But yeah, I mean, in the end, I see the Green Deal pretty positive. Also, what I hear, you know better, is that they want to have a new regulation about this, you know, kind of a biodiversity restoration regulation, which is legally more than a directive. A directive has to be transposed into national law, while a regulation would be, you know, legal from the moment. And that would be something that the member states have to follow. Sorry. And one thing more for the Balkans and for Kosovo. I work in the region intensely since 2012, and intensely means I'm every 2 weeks in one of these countries. And I can judge, because I'm in the business so much, the Balkans, their value is actually not industry stuff. Their value is the nature. There is nature in the countries that we have long lost. And that's a unique selling point in the end. But what is happening that these countries are destroying with foreign monies, but also with local investors, using the subsidy system that the countries have put in place. You cannot always blame the EU or whatever. It's the countries that finance and subsidize the nature destructions. And in the moment you stop the subsidies on hydro or on biomass stuff, that will collapse. The small hydropower plants what we're discussing would just suddenly disappear because nobody would build it. The price you get per kilowatt hour as an investor is between 3 and 4 times above the actual market price. So that's why they all do it. That's why they all do it. And what Simon said, that maybe I just heard it wrongly, but Albania is a country different. It's not only, no, let's put it that way. It's not only about small dams. It's about hydro in the Balkans, because there's lots of small dams, but there's also like the Vjosa in Albania, the Drin in Serbia and in Bosnia, the Neretva, Morača in Montenegro, everywhere. They're trying to build dams everywhere. Right now, the Chinese are still in containers, what I heard, in the Neretva. The workers are there to build a dam. It's not because the Chinese are so bad, but the Bosnian government has given the concession to them and all the permission. And we all know it's probably the same. It is the same in Kosovo. The rules are not bad. The laws are not so bad, but nobody is following the rules. And one last thing is to Fittore, we discussed that via mail earlier. I think in Kosovo, it's the same as in other Balkan countries. It's very difficult, and the people are ready to stand up. Right now, in Bosnia especially, but also in Serbia, people are fed up with the system. They go to the street, block with their bodies the construction sites. But what would be an important sign towards these initiatives and towards the active people that sometimes risk a bit of their health would be that they're recognized by governmental authorities. So collect them, listen to them, bring them together, that we discussed earlier a month ago, having like a high-level conference on this issue of hydro. because such a burning issue. And when I was in Shah National Park, seeing that what happened with your own eyes, what rivers they put in pipes, I mean, that's not a river, actually. There's 50 centimeters wide, and they go there and dig everything and put them into pipes, and there's nothing left. Or in Albania, most of the times I'm in Albania, there's rivers. The people rely on these rivers so much, as in Kosovo, for example. It's not only drinking water, it's not only for fishing, it's for sheep and goats. There's a village in Albania, it's called Benche. They have 100 people, but 4,000 sheep and goats. And every morning they go with this herd into the mountains, and before they go there, they drink in the water, in the river. In the evening, they drink it again. Now they want to put all the water into the pipes. That actually means the end of this village, because there's no water left. And that's everywhere the same. So what is important is, to end the subsidies. And there is a role in the European Union. There's a state aid guidelines and all these processes. But there's also a role, and a bigger role, on the countryside. Stop the subsidies. As long as you can earn much more money by destroying nature than by preserving it, you have no chance in saving it. It's a lost battle in the end. So there is also, from my perspective, coming back to the Green Deal, we do hope that this is the start of something where we can rethink all this. And it's like it's like a mycel. You know what a mycel? I don't know whether the fungus mycel. It seems easy at the beginning, but this whole system of destroying nature is so widely webbed that it gets more complicated. But there are some strings in there that are bigger than or thicker than others, and they have to be pulled. And I would say, again, the subsidy is a big issue, and preserve the nature, but on a very low level and very easy to do. I would think, get these initiatives, talking about hydro here, but maybe it's the same about woods, I don't know, forest, get them together and show that you give them a voice. That's missing in all the Balkan countries. In Bosnia-Herzegovina, it's complicated per se because of the country is so complicated. In Albania, the situation. It's Edi Rama. What Edi Rama says, it's there is no democracy. 5 people died in protest against hydro in Albania between 2012 and 2016. So there is a big tension, and I've never ever seen politicians asking groups, civil society groups, to come together and honestly discuss way out. I don't think there is an easy answer, but I do think the first step must be an honest discussion and bring together. And maybe, Thomas, the same would be for the EU. So to bring the people also from the Western Balkans to Brussels. For them, it's sometimes like the sun. They're saying, oh, the EU will solve all our problems. Obviously they can't, but to bring them there and have a discussion behind closed doors. I'm not a fan of these conferences, because conferences have the same dynamics always. But behind closed doors, talk about strategies, who could do what in order to have a better future. Thank you.
Thanks, Ulrich. Yeah, we need to work quite a lot with our people, with the society, and with the community. What has happened in Kosovo, in Sturce, people have joined together without taking into account whether they are Serbs or Albanians. They've come together to save their river, and that has had a positive side on that. So, and yes, I agree with you that we need to work more with communities and with people, and especially MPs, members of parliament, so we can talk to them, we can meet them. And there are sometimes that we've invited people here in the parliament, especially citizens from Sturce, and they've come together, Serbs and Albanians, and they have put down whatever they think about their river, and what should we do to help them, and how they think that we should solve this situation.
One more thing, Victoria, one more thing.
Yeah.
What is missing in Kosovo, besides in comparison to other Western Balkans, is lawyers. We are funding now in the campaign 11 lawyers in Albania, in Serbia, in Northern Macedonia, and in Bosnia. And I have lost, I don't know how many projects we are suing at the moment. I think it's 27 or something. But in Kosovo, it's none. And the people who are, whether that is Shah National Park or in Prizren, wherever it is, they need lawyers. Need lawyers and good lawyers. And that sometimes they're not easy to find. But that is a crucial puzzle stone in order to, be able to be successful.
I agree with you. Yeah, we need lawyers, and also we need to work in our justice system to make it independent, so people can go and sue companies that destroy their lives and their communities. Okay, and I'll have to move to Rinora Gojani. Rinora, you're an activist from Kosovo. You live here, and you have been working with the Green Agenda, and you're involved in this topic. Can you tell us how is it easy for Kosovo to move towards decarbonization? What would it take to move on that direction, and how quick we can do that, and in what sectors shall we start first, with the transport, energy, and so on? Thanks a lot. The floor is yours.
Thank you, everybody. I'm Rinora Gojani, a Programs and Operations Manager at the Balkan Green Foundation, which is an NGO based in Kosovo and promotes sustainable development in the Western Balkans region. It's really hard to be the last panelist because you guys said it all. And indeed, we're agreeing with each other what each one of us is saying, but one positive thing, because I would like to have someone with whom we don't agree and we would have a more hot debate, because it seems like we're preaching to to the people who we agree with. But one thing to value in this conference is that the conference is not organized by the civil society, but it's actually organized by an institution. And this gives us, or at least me, hope that by putting it in the agenda, maybe things are started changing, or they will change. These days, more than before, we find ourselves that we're reflecting on what the future will look like, what measures the governments are going to take, and will those measures will be good enough for our health and our well-being, and how these measures will basically revive the economy itself, with whose support and to whom we can count on, and other questions that you guys already named, but we should not also forget what our role is into pushing these or giving answer to these questions. The outbreak of COVID and current crisis management has highlighted the need for resilient and sustainable societies, finally, because it was only one side that was talking about this for more than, let's say, 10 years now, but only now institutions kind of started reacting. Your question was about Kosovo, and I'm going to try to narrow it down to Kosovo and not talk much about the region, but at the same time, the cooperation is very important, because us as an individual country can't do much on our own, but we should work as part of the region in a way. Kosovo currently has new momentum as the company, which was contracted by the Kosovo government to build the so long planned coal-fired power plant Kosovare, Contour Global finally announced that it has suspended plans to go ahead with a project. now is the time for Kosovo to engage to design a cleaner future in line with Paris Agreement, but also the Green Deal. It's devastating to hear voices in Kosovo, let it be businesses or let it be politicians, who ask to continue with this project in a whatever way, with whatever investor, even though Contour also said that they stopped investing in coal. And you guys all said that, and I mean, it's a known fact now, even with studies and positions of IFIs, the international financial institutions, that coal is no longer most cheapest option. So we should reflect on that, and we should definitely change the approach and the way we do business and where we invest, or for what we ask money from the EU. But one thing that we have seen for a long time is that countries of the region are rather reluctant as regulation followers, despite the ecological and health benefits of the EU environmental legislations, because I think we just try to be stuck to an old mentality or the way we do business. If you see the project Kosovo, which would make things even worse, let it be environmentally but also economically for people, was always a priority in every strategy, no matter consequences. But in order to change this mindset and to move forward, in order to implement Green Deal, it's not an easy process. It's not going to be easy for the EU, it's not going to be easy for the Western Balkans, nor for Kosovo itself. Definitely, there's a need for a lot of investments. I mean, the EU it envisages about 1 trillion euros in lowering emissions with the aim to make the EU carbon neutral by 2050. And these basically targets that are set, or this approach is going to be a challenge for the EU itself, and let it be for the Western Balkans. The energy transition should not be seen just as a target, but should be seen also as a business-driven opportunity, which I mean, even how businesses or private investments would benefit, but also countries in return. We have a lot of cases that investors came to invest in Kosovo, and no matter the legislation that was totally different, politicians would change the legislation in order to make the investment basically lawful for and to move forward, no matter consequences. And when we had, I mean, I'm talking here about a ski resort which was planned close to Strbce, with a political decision, basically, the area was turned from Zone 1 to Zone 3, just to make the investment happen. And when we had this ad hoc roundtable where we raised voices, politicians back then said that this is a compromise we need to make for economic development and environmental protection. I mean, the environmental protection was just a word there because they were only thinking about the economic aspect, and that's not a sustainable development, we all know. It's important, as I said, to think about in a holistic approach, to think about investors, to think about the community, but to think on how to bring all kind of multi actors into making policy. Let it be in the EU level, let it be in local level. The involvement of civil society has resulted to be very successful and into unfolding and bringing transparency so I think it's important to continue having civil society engaged. We as Balkan Green Foundation, together with our partners, we have made a lawsuit in-house, not with lawyers that were mentioned by Ulrich, but it was a lawsuit against the ministry for not providing us access to official documents. And 4 times we've won the case. But still, documents were not given to us, even though there was a decision by the court that those documents should be public and we should have them, but still those documents were not given. And this brought, I mean, then after several years, we see the problems which happen as a result of them hiding most of the information. If information would be given and the concerns we've raised, if we would have all those information, then definitely the damage or problems would be minimal or less than they're showing to be. Let it be with the privatization of the distribution and supply in Kosovo, or with all those money spent for technical assistance for the new power plant, or the way the contract was signed, the issues that were there, how much millions are we supposed to give to them, and so on. Still, there's a lot of uncertainty because we sent again questions to the ministry, to the new ministry, about the process, what's going to happen after the company Control Global stopped the project. Now, what after? There's an answer still from the ministry, and we know that it's only a month for them to basically agree, or what will happen. Are we going to the arbitration and so on? So I think bigger pressure from the parliament to the ministry is very important in order to know what's the path of Kosovo in the near future, but in the long run as well. The Western Balkans, now coming back to linking it with the Green Deal, the Western Balkans is important for the EU itself. It's not that only EU is important to us to help us into improving our legislation and decarbonize our region or our countries, but the Western Balkans is important for the EU as well, and we should not forget that. We're an important actor as well. And I'm going to name 3 reasons to consider that are considered to spread of the Green Deal in the Western Balkans. First is that energy systems of the Western Balkans are already partly integrated with those of the EU. This integration is set to expand regardless of if we join the EU or not. Secondly, the Western Balkans have large developed renewable energy capacities, as well as further potential to contribute to the European energy CO2 reduction goals, because we all know that CO2 doesn't know borders. And finally, leaving the Western Balkans outside of the European Green Deal could lead to electricity price disparity with EU countries due to higher carbon price in the EU, which is absent in the neighborhood. But we all know it was said that European Commission is preparing a carbon border tax, which will apply to the Western Balkans as well. But I think that it's important that such tax is introduced gradually, and that all revenues shall remain in the Western Balkans in order to ensure a just transition for regions whose economies rely on coal, and which would be the biggest losers if it's done differently. And one of those countries is Kosovo too. Another thing to mention is that there's lack of strategies, and mainly why we're in this situation is because there's no accurate strategies and regional strategies itself. And as well, a problem or a challenge that we face is also the competition of regional leadership, basically, because we see, oh, Serbia is building, Bosnia is building a power plant, we must build a power plant. And this comes all as basically a competition between countries into having that security of supply, as Simon already elaborated, and I don't have to go into it. And to conclude, because I see that we are over time, I think that is important to that the EU has more systematic engagement with countries. And in this case, I mean having high-level discussions, because there's no high-level discussions also in the region regarding the common regional future and the EU basically decarbonization. I think that it's important to have regular meetings of regulators, the transmission system operators of the region. I mean, within the energy community, there are meetings, but I think the way that Kosovo is reporting its targets is just wrong, because I have to point out, and it was pointed out in one of our conferences, that Kosovo is reaching its 25% target. But let's not forget that 18% of that 25% is wood cutting. It's not a biomass, but it's declared as such. And that's not renewables, we all know. I had the chance to fly with KFOR in the north of Kosovo, and to see the deforestation that is happening there is just a massacre. It's devastating, and nobody, basically, that situation is also because of the political problems we have, and kind of no man's land, that whoever does whatever they want to the nature, and as a result of those political problems, the nature is suffering. In conclusion, I want to say that Europe and the Western Balkans need the Green Deal, because, as I said, CO2 doesn't know borders, and we have the same challenges, but we must also share solutions. It's not solutions only for the Western Balkans and difference for the EU, but we do share the same ones. And I want to make the final remark, basically, and to point out that the key for success is that commitments for the green agenda and the Green Deal shall be legally binding. Because if they're not, there's no incentive for countries to move forward and for things to change. Let's not forget that we, as Western Balkan people, we live less than Europeans do. And this due to the way we do things, the way we produce electricity, the way we heat our spaces, the types of cars we drive, the way we commute, and so on. Thank you.
Thank you, Rinora. We've passed our time according to the agenda. We had to finish at 4:30, but I'll have to ask the representative from the Southeast European countries if they have to add something, or if they have a question for our panelists or a comment. Okay. I think that
It did.
okay, Thomas, yes. Thomas and Ulrich after, if you want to add something. 'Cause we didn't get any question from the representative from our members of parliament of the CECP. Ulrich, do you want to add something?
No. I was just...
Okay, Thomas?
Not a question. I just want to communicate what I take from that meeting. First of all, Victor, cooperate with NGOs. I don't know if you checked what I usually do, but that's what I'm doing. I'm quite keen on that. But what I really take is your point, Ulrich, bring them to Brussels, but not just for conference. I mean, we had people from the Osa River and so on. But I take your point, don't do it in a public event, but sit with the Commission and share with them, bring people to Brussels. I will take this point with me. Then Shar Mountains. I would really ask Rinora to send me her contacts. I will be in Kosovo in the 3rd week of July, visiting the region, and I would be super happy to give some international attention to what is going on there. Towards Simon and also yes, Simon, if I will inform you about my dates there as well, along traveling Kosovo, and overall. Yes, I mean, I just want to say it's not a privilege of the Balkan region that you have these battles. Ulrich knows it very well. We have it in Austria with ski resorts in national parks. We have it with rivers like Sulm River, which is we didn't manage to solve. We're currently actually facing a situation that Sweden, you know, it's the home country of Greta Thunberg, is intending to double the capacities of their refinery in Gothenburg, which would actually basically increase the emission, the CO2 emissions of Sweden by 50%. So we're having these battles all across Europe. Yes, the intensity is a bit higher on the Western Balkans, and the ability to rely on justice systems that really work and on rule of law is much lower in your region. But this still doesn't mean that you're perfectly right, we know with what you said. It's also the EU that needs or wants or welcomes the Balkan countries within the EU family, because you're part of the European family anyway, and we share values and we share history, and we also share history where many European countries were actually using the Balkan as backyard for their little wars. So I think we also have a duty to support you in that, but we're not going to force the countries. It's your decision, it's your citizens' decisions. We can also not really force you to go green, but we can offer support, and it's at the end of the day, it's your citizens, your populations that need to actually take it in their hands. We can only be the ones that support. I thank you again for this invitation.
Simon?
Thanks a lot. Also from my side, thanks, Thomas. I think I'm already in contact with your office and already put also Rinora in your office in contact. So that's great. Thanks a lot for the discussion. I just wanted to also not be misunderstood or support the plea by Ulrich concerning nature. I think that was very well said, and that's actually what it comes down to at the end of the day. Protecting the nature and finding a way to really move away from this destructive way of life and this destructive way of producing, living, firing our economies. And that is true that sometimes when you go into these expert talks about climate change and whatever it is, that you actually lose sight a little bit of the actual actual beauty of nature that we all want to protect in a way. And happy to also continue discussions about biomass as a potential here or not. I was quoting basically a study that we have done with the foundation, but happy to exchange more on that. And I also think it can only be if ever a complementary axis basically in a larger mix of renewables, and there's definitely other less controversial probably solutions. But when you have to really go for the solutions and offer something, we live in a more complex world now than we used to be, because the fossil fuel world was a much simpler one, unfortunately. So thanks a lot.
When I come to is it the travel conditions are okay? Thomas, you're saying that you will come to Kosovo. Is that legal again? You're muted. You're muted.
I'm using my privileges as diplomat.
Because I was trying to get into Bosnia. I think it's possible, but you can't go back. Just saying.
Well, you have to check before you want to travel to Kosovo, because now the number of people who are getting infected from COVID is increasing quite a lot.
Yes.
So we're facing the second phase, and it's worse than at the beginning. We were quite well. On the first months, we managed quite well, because based on what we have here, the health facilities that we have here, we had to take measures that you close citizens in, you lock them inside, and you allow them to leave the house for 1 hour or 2 hours most. We have received some criticism on that, because somehow it has been considered that we violated the freedom of movement, but that was the only solution, that Kosovo could be safe from getting a huge number of people getting infected, because we don't have health facilities to keep people in hospitals, because our health system can collapse in any way. We're short of staff, short of doctors. We don't have microbiologists enough, and also epidemiologists. We just have 29, something like that, for 1.8 million people in Kosovo. So before you come here, you have to check first, and hope the situation will improve when Thomas will be here in Kosovo. So
I'm coming alone. I'm aware of the measurements, and I'm tested. And after that, I'm going back to my farm, and I'm an organic beekeeper, and I spent my 2 weeks of holidays that I have to harvest my honey. So no problem with another 2 weeks of quarantine on my mountain farm.
Okay, yeah. I would love to be quarantined on that part of the place where you are in the farm, because that provides with a clean air and everything. So that's something that we don't have here in Pristina. Okay, I would like to thank you all for taking your time and joining us. I hope that we can organize panels like this. I know that Ulrich wants to have closed panels or closed discussion, but Ulrich, as soon as we can, we will organize something, a discussion in Pristina, when we will invite all the NGOs and civil society and people who live, communities that live in areas that are affected by hydropower plants. And we will have a discussion, and we'll try to find a way how we can get out from this situation that we are in regarding the hydropower plants. So I would like to thank you all, and hope to see you soon in another discussion, in another meeting, and in order to exchange our experiences and to get from you guys the knowledge that you have on the topic, because the Western Balkans and also other countries in the Southeast Europe, they need your expertise and they need your help. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Vittore, for having us.
Bye.
Bye. Thanks a lot. Bye, everyone.
Goodbye. It was a pleasure.
Thank you.